Okay, so I'll have to apologize up front. I normally don't work with slides, and this is my first slide deck in a long time. So my name's Keith Proctor. Here's a little more information about me. And I've been at Claris since 9/1 of '88, and I came in as a contractor. The groups that I've been in, I started in customer relations for 9 months, and I went to tech support for 2.5 years. So basically since somewhere around FileMaker Roman numeral 2 to 1.0. I spent 3 years in development writing some of the FileMaker 7.0 functionality, so the calc engine and a bunch of these things. So I redid all the strings, the calc engine, the scripting. I worked on little pieces of scripting and then some debugging output and some other internal tools that you guys don't know about. And the rest of the time, I've been in SQA. And so I've tested most everything in Pro and Server, and I've written tons of automation to prove that certain things work correctly. So what is our problem? So performance really is about raw task count. If you have too many objects of any type, you can create performance issues when drawing and doing any task within a database. A database will be slower if you just give it too much to do. And in a way, this is like a human. You know, you give a human a task, and if he's overloaded, he's not going to complete that task today, tomorrow, maybe not the next day or week. That person gets overloaded. So it's all in a balance of trying to figure out how to make everything be smaller. So, yep, Siri. So the more work you do, the harder the work is to perform. And you're trying to figure out what value over what you want, need, or require. So am I going to slow down the database because I want something silly? Or am I going to slow it down because it's a requirement and it's necessary? Can I do it differently in such a way that will make the requirement behave better, faster, and more performant? And really, this is a field by field, table by table thing that you have to really think about everything you do in the whole solution. So what happens with your database design? We're going to start talking about when we open a file, we're going to log in. So literally when you first connect to a file and you're presented with the login dialog, you're technically in the file. You're not being allowed to be in the file, but you're in the file. When we actually log in, we go through and we either create a cache file or we compare details in the cache file. Some people have called this a temp file as well. So the cache file is a file that's created when you go from one session and you quit the file, the cache file stays around. And when you open the cache file, when you open up the same file again, we reconnect to the cache file locally on your box, and we compare the items that are in it and see if we have changed anything. If we have changed things, we delete those things. So the next time you touch that object, we download it. Okay, so the way that we do that is we send a list of IDs to all the objects with their checksums to the server. So this is does not include records, but it does include all the schema objects such as tables, fields, privilege sets, layouts, etc., the whole list of schema. And we give it the IDs of everything that we have, the checksums of everything we have, and the server compares those and sends it the list to you of the things that are different. So it's a much smaller list than what you have usually. So once we have made that comparison, we'll delete the objects that are different, and we go on with life. Like we may have to redownload a layout or a script or whatever when we run across the usage of that item. We no longer compare records on startup because that was a large performance problem for us. Privileges tables, yeah. Sorry, this is all the information I just told you. So we also download the schema, okay, privileges, tables, etc. And we look at the join graph, and we will optimize the join graph for usage while you're running the file. So if you have one of those large solutions with, I've seen these, so I know they exist, 800, 1200, 2000, 4000 items in your join graph, you are making your performance of opening the file much slower than it would be if you had a simplified version of the join graph. The join graphs usually get large when you use those techniques called anchor buoy and what's the other one called?
Selector connector.
The second one, whoever that was.
Well, there's selector connector and there's unified, or like the big three, anchor buoy.
Yeah, those three things all cause the join graph to get much larger than it should be. So instead of 4,000 items in your join graph, you could have just 200 or 400. So I don't see those as positive things from a performance standpoint. From a usability standpoint, for you to find things in your database and use them, and to be able to design new things and use them, it makes it convenient for you to use those things. But they're, from a performance standpoint, they're not a good thing. So then we have our referenced files. When we open a file, we connect to all the other files that are used on the current layout. Okay, so someone asked a question recently, should I open up to an empty file? And the answer to that, sorry, an empty layout. And the answer to that is most definitely you should open up to an empty layout that has no references to it. In fact, it's better that it's an empty table with no records and nothing. And then you do your startup script, and that should be handled very simply with not a lot of work. Keep your file paths, your references, very simple. One item, if possible, in it. And don't do it relative to anything. No relative paths, just file colon file name. That simple. That will find the file on the same server, and it will be fast. try not to use other servers, because every server that you add will cause a certain amount of lag from a performance standpoint. And those file, what are they called? Net file style paths are much longer to resolve. Keep your file count down, because that means that you have more join graphs, more files to open. Keep your file count down. So instead of 20 files, when you open your solution for the first time, think 5. Okay, you can always defer things. If you need more files, bring in more solution. So try to keep things simple. And for the join graph, think hundreds, not thousands of items in your join graph. For your related files, think if you're using that technique to have your solution in the one main file, and then all your other data files are being used, those data files should not have a join graph, because the join graph should be in your main solution. That way you can open those files a lot faster. Let's see. Okay, so keep your startup script very simple. Blank layout, 0 records, your splash screen. Do not pause for your splash screen, okay? You need to continue working. So what you do is you spawn another window, put your splash screen where it's supposed to be on the screen, and you continue processing your startup script while your users look at your pretty splash screen. Defer the world, okay? Your global initialization, your variable initialization, only initialize the things that you absolutely need right when you show your first layout. Your data files also should not have scripts in them, and they should have like 1 tog per file, and if possible, not even be connected in that file, because the relationships are really in your main file. Let's see. As much as you can defer things, that means that you can get into your solution faster. That's kind of a nasty topic. Does anyone have any questions on how to get into your file as fast as you can?
So,
Yes. Oh,
go ahead.
Shall I go ahead? Hi, Keith. Ben here in Munich. Thanks. Just a quick question, because you mentioned, and it's the relationship graph is always a thing, and interesting because you mentioned the things to avoid, which is things that we all use probably. But you mentioned just the number of items, by which I guess you mean the number of table occurrences, but you didn't talk about yeah, togs. I guess that's what you meant. You said keep the number of them down to what's possible. But what about the number of relationships?
Well, if your tog count is down, then your relationship count should also be down. When I say you have a tog on the screen, and I'm thinking hundreds, I'm thinking there is a relationship between each one of those togs. If there isn't a need for a table occurrence on your join graph, get rid of it. Okay.
Oh yeah. It's just interesting because one of the things that people say about anchor buoy is that it should reduce the number of relationships, but therefore you have more table occurrences, right?
Yeah,
So do you see what I mean? That's why I'm interested in your take on that.
If you use that judiciously and your count of togs on this in the join graph is reasonable, and I've defined reasonable as being hundreds, you know, on the low end, not thousands. If you've done that, then it doesn't matter. Use that style if you wish. But I find that the larger the solution, the larger the usage of anchor buoy and these other methods, and you end up, the solutions I've received personally from customers saying, hey, I have a problem with a feature, are all about, you know, they have like 3,000, 4,000 togs on their screen in the joint graph. Okay, and really the whole thing is to keep your join graph item count down. So
Yeah,
if you see yourself leaning towards thousands, then I would say rethink.
Yeah, no, I personally, I prefer not to anchor buoy because it just seems to be too much repetition. So I guess that keeps the down. But then I have sort of, my relationships are a bit more spread out. There are more relationships but less togs. So it works for me, but I was just interested in your take.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's a stylistic thing. And if you're using it and judiciously and it still makes sense and your count is down, then go for it. But I find that the complex solutions that I get are using those methods and they've gone all wacky, you know, because the requirement of doing a report or something like that a lot of times ends up with, oh, I need a whole new group of togs for that report or for that action. And here's the big thing. FileMaker's join graph is an active join graph. Okay, there isn't another database product that I know of that has an active join graph. Usually they're all just pretty graphics that represent a concept of how joins are used in the system. And the other thing is that FileMaker has really two types of join graph elements. One is a true relationship where you say this field is equal to that field that is used between, you know, the current layout and a relationship portal. And then it also has another series that's used for graphical elements that are like value lists and other graphical things to pull. And because all of that's in the join graph at the same time, it tends to overload the join graph and how much it is to load it up and get it going on startup of the file. So the act of trying to be simple, a simple to use database that a user can say visually in their head, you know, I want to go from this table to that table, is actually making us slower because all the other products don't have that. They literally write the SQL out that could be 2, 3, 5 pages in size to describe the data that they want or need, and they write that out every time. Whereas a user in FileMaker is just like, throw a couple togs out, draw a line between it, and it's like, okay, that's a relationship. And they don't think of the select statement that's behind that as the amount of code that they don't have to write. You know, so select star from table A where table B equals blah, you know, those statements you don't have to do. But we have to start it up and kind of optimize the join graph when we first open. Does that all make sense?
Well, Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you very much. And yeah, I do try and I tell people, and I try and do it, is think of those relationships as queries, and then you sort of see them slightly differently. I think take them a bit more seriously.
Yeah. But we create this big, huge hash map when we first open up the file that optimizes the joins of what's being used from point to point. And we sort of create those SQL statements, if you will, for you. We're not SQL. Of course, we're not SQL. But if you think of it that way, then you realize the weight of your join graph and what it means. So any other questions?
Yeah, I had I guess a couple of quick questions, and you've talked about, or what you're talking about here is sort of the ordinary course of events, but could you touch on a little bit what happens, after a crash where a cache file has been abandoned, and on the subsequent startup, it finds that cache file, and then also, if you get an intermittent disconnect, and FileMaker throws up the reconnecting message, you don't have to relog in after a reconnection, and obviously the credentials are stored. And my understanding is that if you sort of forensically crash Windows and then go examine the variables in the environment, you will find the credentials that were used by FileMaker in the clear. And so I just wanted to see if you could sort of describe what happens when things go wrong and what are the sort of mechanics of that.
Yeah, I can't verify the credential thing in the clear. As far as I know, everything's always encrypted end to end. If you find that to be true, show me how to do it and I'll report it, get it taken care of, because that should never happen. As far as reconnecting, if it depends on, you can reconnect after, just a split second, or reconnect after hours or days. And at which point we have to do all that logic to validate that things have not changed from underneath us. And if you have an outstanding change that's still in memory, then we have to get the record count of those records that are being modified and validate their current modification change and allow the change or not. And you'll see that in the in the one dialogue that we present, we'll either allow the change to just occur, which means that the modification ID of the record has not changed, or we'll present a dialogue and we'll back out the change and force the user to redo the change. So if you're out of the database for a month and you reconnect, and the admin is allowing a month timer, then yeah, all sorts of wacky things can happen. That was, was there a third question in there that I missed?
Yeah, the third question was, what if you've crashed and so now you've reconnected to FileMaker server and says, oh, I see this abandoned cache here. What does it do with that? And does it just discard it, or does it try and figure something out?
If the cache file is still a valid FileMaker file, then we'll do the standard rules. Otherwise, we'll delete and restart a new cache file. So it really does depend on whether or not the cache file is still valid or not. If it's still a valid FileMaker file, then
yeah, what determines validity? Is it sort of ripeness, or do they go stale after some amount of time, or if it's corrupt, or
the staleness does not define corruption. So when I say we delete the file, I'm talking about a corrupted cached file. So when we open up any FileMaker file, whether or not it's the main file or the temp file, scan the file and see if it still meets FileMaker's criteria for being valid. So, you know, on the server, we'll do a consistency check. Are you guys familiar with that?
Sure.
And so we'll do that work on the temp file, just like any other FileMaker file. A consistency check checks that every block connects to a valid block, that there are no deleted blocks that are in the file. We'll process all deleted blocks that should have been deleted. And there's a couple more things in there I can't remember right now, but we'll validate that it's a good file to work with, and we'll continue working with the file.
And how does FileMaker distinguish between, you know, if you have a temporary disconnection and it's got a current session going in, it's like, okay, I still have my cache file for the current session, versus, you know, you had a hard crash while the database was open and it comes back up and it sees this cache from a previous session.
Every time we open a file, we'll mark it with a flag that means that the file has not been closed correctly. And when we close the file, we'll do all of our cleanup work. We'll do all of our saving work, then we'll do all our cleanup work, and we'll mark the file as closed correctly. So on a server, the server is doing that work. On Pro, if Pro owns the database session that opened the file, then Pro will do that work.
Okay, I don't want to hold you up anymore, but I was specifically referring to a case where you were a guest of a hosted file.
Right, yeah. But there's both cases, so I've been trying to talk about both if I can. But yeah, there's a lot of checks and balances that we do. So hopefully you're not running into those crashers a lot. If so, report those, and we'll see. If we've been doing a lot of fixes on old bugs recently in the last year, and things are a lot more stable than they have been for a few years. So just keep us on top of our toes and we'll try to fix anything we can. Okay, any more questions on?
Looks like Tony White had another question.
Yeah, let me pick the second one that I just dropped in there. I typed it in, so it's in the chat, and maybe I can flesh it out a little bit. Keith, so picking up on something, talking about multiple files. So this is real world. We have a system we're building that I call it enterprise class, not by the number of people logged in, but by the size of it, in terms of it covers CRM, shipping, inventory, you know, purchase orders, invoices, you know, pretty much the whole kit and caboodle.
Mhm.
So due to, you know, a variety of architectural reasons, it does have more than five. It has more than 5 files. Now, in use, not everybody's going to go into every single file. Like the shipping department is going to load shipping, and the customer service is going to load CRM, and you know, you get the you know, so forth, right? So on each file, and by the way, the tip of the blank layout was 0 records. So every single file would have a null layout. So a lot of the layouts, when you open, if your CRM, it would you know, go through the main menu and it would only open the files that are applicable to that person. So from that person's point of view, the system is smaller.
Right, that sounds like the right way to do it.
All right, I have no further questions.
Yep. Just the more files open on a given user, and if the server says, oh, every user has 40 files open,
Yeah.
you're just putting more work on the server.
Yeah, and all kidding aside, thank you. I mean, I like that answer. It made sense to me. So yeah, we would only, in the opening script, we group accounts into groups, and then we only open the files that they're possibly going to use. And then even then, we don't even open them beyond going to the main menu where we park them, the local main menu, we call it, such that, you know, on a given day, they might go to a subset of their scope.
Yeah, the shipping layout has the relationships used for and the files used for shipping. So you park them on their main layout, if you will, and that's what they see, and they only open up those files.
Yeah, and let me just say that by default we would just on the opening routine we'd park them. We would take your advice and park them on a layout with nothing on it. And for that module, you know, because we do have the tables logically grouped within files, so we would park them on a local layout with showing absolutely nothing, which I would assume would somehow minimize loading. It would be deferred loading, to use your phrasing. And then if in that given work session they need to do a shipping, and maybe they do, maybe they don't, you know, then it would load additional stuff as needed.
Right, and if you can close out files, then that takes off load off the server.
Oh, that's interesting.
So if
Okay.
you can figure that out in your solution, how to do that, that's the best way. Keep everything small and light. But if someone is constantly opening and closing files,
Right.
that's not good either.
Right.
So you have to think about your solution and how it interacts with your users and whether or not you should keep them open or not.
Right. Or maybe give them a refresh button. You're like, is your system feeling sluggish? Did it get slower during the day? Click refresh.
Yeah,
And have it just reinitialize or something.
I'm hoping that there's enough navigation in your solution that you can go, oh, they're leaving that and doing this.
Yeah.
Type of thing, and you can just include it. Automatic is always better if possible, but if the person is a manager and they're cross-functionally working between two different groups, you know, like the people who create the invoices and the manager of the shipper,
Yep.
of the shipping group, then that person is likely to deal with both of those types of things. So if you can figure out the logic in your solution on when to open things and when to close things, keep it light if possible.
Yeah, that makes sense. That all makes sense.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, we're moving on. Oops. So we have a way of retaining records. So a user performs an action. They go to layout, and that layout will have a found set or not have a found set, and they'll view a certain amount of records. We will automatically download the records that are in the view. So if you're in view as list, and your solution allows users to see 40 records at a time, then we'll download the 40. We'll download a previous set of records if there are some. Say, I forget the number, it's 20, 25, something like that. And then we'll also download the next 20 or 25. So in reality, you've downloaded close to 100 records just by viewing a view as list layout. Whereas if you're viewing a single record, you'll download that plus the next 25. Okay, so basically the view that you create for the user will decide the performance of how fast things are downloaded. We download the next set of records because users have this funny thing about like going to the next set of records all the time. So they'll scan the records or whatever. And if they scrub the scroll wheel, you know, on the view, they'll be downloading records as they scrub. So there's nothing you can do about that, but it's just a reality of the database world. We're trying to keep the view active, and we download things as the user moves around. So we retain the records that are downloaded. So if the user goes to that record set and nothing's changed, then that record is going to be locally on their box already, and we will view that row. That stuff is in the temp/cache file. If they scroll the whole database, you've got 2 million rows in a table in a file, then all 2 million rows will be on their box. Okay. If you have a table that is 20 fields wide, all 20 fields download, even if only 4 of the fields are on the layout. If there's 100 fields in that table, we download all 100 fields. In this way, we are not like creating a select statement that says select field A, B, C, where first name equals John. Okay. In the SQL example that I just gave, you download 3 fields, and that's it. FileMaker downloads your entire width of the table. Okay, so the good policy here is to do what? Have less data in your tables. Don't create these tables that have 100 fields in them. And I know that's a lot to ask, but it's a design thing and trying to figure things out how your database should be constructed to run efficiently. We have these things called notifications. They're sent when records are modified or deleted from another user. So if one user deletes it, then all the notifications get sent out to all the users saying, hey, if you care about this, these rows have been deleted. And what happens in that case is we simply delete them from the local cache file. And when that happens, if the user tries to view that row again, we'll download it if the record still exists, thereby getting a fresh copy of it. And we defer the downloading of that data until the user actually tries to view that record. So creation, modification, deletion, with later on a deferred download. I don't know what I was saying about fields. Oh, okay, fields. Parts of your table are not completely downloaded. When you first open the file, fields like global fields and summaries are downloaded when you first open the file. Okay, so if they have data in them at the time of the download, the user gets that data immediately on opening the file. And that goes into another temp file called the main temp file. So every file has 2 files, sorry, the main file and the cached file. And then there's this global temp file. So global's fields goes into the global temp file with where they belong to, that detail. Other field types are loaded when a record is requested for the view. So if your table has 10 fields in it, 2 of them are summaries and 2 of them are globals, then the other 6 fields, the content for those fields are downloaded at the time that the record is requested. And those are defined by the active layout. So what's being downloaded is the table data for the active layout. And then there's those additional rows that we talked about earlier. Any questions about that?
What about related records? Are you grabbing every single field in a related record as well?
So whatever is defined in the view, I meant that to be as a global statement. And it is a global statement. Everything in the view. So if the view contains additional relationships with, then the find requests for those relationships are being done, and the data that matches that find request is being downloaded.
So even if I'm just showing one field from a related record, it's going to download that whole record from that related table then.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
All 100 fields.
Okay.
I just also want to add one thing. Calculation fields are deferred until they're viewed. So if you have a table with or not calculation, container fields with a container, and that container is not on the layout, that will not download.
Yeah, the data for the container field, as long as it's not on the layout, the actual container data will not be downloaded. But if it's on the layout, even if it's hidden off screen or in a tab, it gets downloaded. And to clarify, not the original data. So if you have a 20 megapixel graphic that's being downloaded, well, all you'll get is a thumbnail that represents the data. And the thumbnail is defined by the size of the layout object. So it could be a large thumbnail, if you will. So additional rows like we just discussed earlier, and then on to join types if everyone's got it.
Just one question, Keith.
Yep.
Yes, so you established a distinction in between the list view layout and the form view layout. So on your form view layout, if you end up using something like master detail, where you have a portal that is a self relationship to the table that it's based on, that the layout is based on, can I assume that you've then turned your form view layout into list view in terms of how many records it pulls when the layout gets loaded?
Yeah, the master, what is that called again? Master
Detail?
Okay, so the master is in detail. There's a list on the left. That's a relational list. So all those rows are downloaded. And then the detail portion is the right-hand side of your layout, usually. And so you're downloading all the rows plus our buffer on the left-hand side, and plus that one single row, plus a buffer for those. So you're downloading, say there's 75 rows in the table on the left. You're downloading whatever's visible plus 25. Say there's 20 rows visible. And so you're downloading 45 there, and you're downloading 26 on the right-hand side of your layout.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of, and all of this is because the user is going to move. You know, the assumption that is that the user will move. So, okay.
Keith, another question, if I may.
Yep.
Do we have time?
Yeah.
So you were saying something about like the records at the beginning of the presentation, like the records are not cached.
They're cached. They're not validated.
What's the difference?
They sit on disk, and the fact that they exist or don't exist or have been modified is not validated.
Okay, so like I open a file, I'm looking at a list view automatically on open, and I'm looking at 50 records. Those records, if I close the file and I go back in tomorrow and I open the file, I already have those 50 records, correct?
You do if they haven't been changed, and when you draw the information on the screen in the first place, that's when we validate it. It's again deferred validation in this case.
Okay, so so basically it's just doing a validation to check if anything is changed. But
Yeah,
I already have, okay.
It gives it a handful of record IDs
Mhm.
and their mod IDs, and it sends those up to the server. So it's like, this is only the things that are in the view at this moment in time. The server goes, oh yeah, those are good, or no, you need to delete that one. At which point the local box goes, hey, I need that row because it's changed.
Right. Okay, so that's really important to know, because if a system is, just not changing much and people are looking at the data, they're actually gaining a lot of efficiency because they've already looked at it, and then the server doesn't have to download those records each time. They already have the records.
Right.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, because Tony posted something there, and he says he has like a side table where he puts note fields out there so that, because they're kind of expensive and maybe really chatty, and so that way those things don't get loaded in his main table that's coming in. And so I was thinking about that. It's like, but if I wanted to refer to that data to, somehow notify the current layout that there's data in another table over there that I might want to go look at and click on something to go see it. I mean, is the mere reference like for instance some uh, some
A relational
formatting or something like that? If I did a formatting formatted calculation or something like that, is that still going to bring over that whole record to notify me that there's data over there to look at?
I need a better example of the usage. The records are sitting there. They've already been downloaded 2 days ago. You open up the file.
Oh, no, it's not about the caching and stuff. This is about, this is back to what you were talking about, how much, you're loading a whole record, right? Every time you look at any data that's on a layout. So in order to not load like an expensive notes field that I might have stuck in that same table, I stick it in another table, like a related table, and I don't look at it unless I explicitly want to go look at the notes field, right?
Correct.
But now if I want to do something like some sort of formatting or some sort of button that appears that lets me know that there is data over there to look at, that's going to load that record too, right? Just to notify me that there's data over there. So it's so that's, yeah, there's not an easy way around that.
It's a catch-22.
Yeah.
It's better to not refer to it, and if the user is interested, they'd have to click on it, but then that's bad UI because the user is constantly clicking on all these buttons that will,
because they don't know it's there unless something tells it, and to tell them that it's there would cost the
download.
Loading the whole thing. Yeah.
Yep.
There is an exception to that rule. If you have an unstored calculation in that table that's equal to get found count, you could reference that from a related record without downloading the record.
Because could I say like is empty on the key field, to see if it's like there or not?
No, not on the key field, because the key field is a stored field, so it would download the whole record.
Now that's,
you did it on an unstored calculation that references metadata like the record ID or get found count. It does not download the record.
Get found count won't work because it only works on the current table. You'd have to look at that table, and at that point, you don't have a relationship or anything pointing at the data that you're interested in. you know.
Right, but if you're looking at a notes field from a related table, you can reach into an unstored calc that's equal to get found count to find out how many records that are related to the current record.
Not on a relationship, because get found count only works on the current table. So the way to do it is what I was about to say, is to use, there's two is functions, is valid and is something. And one of those functions will tell you that there's a record on the other side. And you can use that without being penalized, except for that you had to do the join. Okay, so there's always a penalty of some sort. If you have to do a join, you had to do the actual find request for the join. That's your penalty. But you're not downloading the rows, so it's less of a penalty.
And what
It's like a yellow.
What was the function that tells me that there's a record over there then?
I forget the name of it. There's two functions,
Valid?
is valid and is something.
Is empty?
One of those, look at the help. One of those will tell you is empty, won't, no, because that actually pulls the field data. But is valid might be the one, and it will tell you, look up at the help for that. It says, here's a list of things that it checks. But it's one of the two is functions.
Anything but count. Don't use count.
Yeah, don't use count.
And I'll put in a shout out for using the last function, although there's a lively debate between the get found count camp and the last with a record number on the other side. But don't use count. We all agree on that.
Yeah. So
And the worst,
go ahead. Go ahead.
the worst thing you could do is have a list view with an unstored calc that references related data to resolve that. Because now, not only are you pulling down all the records in that list view, but you're also pulling down all the related records for all the records in the list view.
Right. And it's more
So-
than that. If your join actually has more than one row, you're downloading however many rows there are in that join.
In each of those related records, yeah.
Yep.
To Vince's point, we've gotten a lot of mileage of hiding things behind popovers. Is a beautiful thing for like a summary field that you just want to look at once in a while, but not every single time you add a record. Hiding things behind a popover has been a really useful technique for us.
Yeah, I have another section that starts going over that type of stuff. And I had a user who sent me a file recently, and popovers with related values in them are not a savings at all. FileMaker, anything in the view, whether or not it's visible or not, gets calculated. And we'll go over that in a little while. So the relationships, you're going to get hit by them. I'll talk about that later. So we have join types, and text fields take longer than, and multi-predicates are even worse. And things like number fields are faster to look at. And all of this is really about text being text, and you're comparing values. So when things are indexed, and you can find things in the index faster if it's a number because it's ordered in a particular order. With text, it is ordered logically in your head. It's alphabetical, but it's not compared with as easily as a number. The longer the text fields are, the worse it is. So if you have paragraphs of text, or sentences of text, that's worse than just a simple, 2 or 3 characters when going through the index and trying to find the values that you're looking for to perform the search. And then, of course, multi-predicates is like doing SQL statements that have a lot of and statements in it. So you're doing where first name equals John and last name equals Doe and whatever. And then those ones that are like greater than this date and less than those date, those multi-predicate joins are slower than just standard equal joins. Okay, so number fields are faster. That's all I had on that screen, evidently. I should be right now.
Can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, everybody likes to use, get UUID for key fields. And a lot of people put text and so forth in front of it. If you have a solution where there is no possible use case for, mobile or disconnected use, so there's no possibility that an auto incrementing serial number would be duplicated, would you recommend just doing the good old fashioned number field with a set, with a incrementing serial number for a key field?
As far as performance goes, yes. As far as functionality and need to use those other types, I would use a UUID. We have 2 functions, right? UUID is number and UUID. Or is that in a plugin that I was reading?
No, there's two. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would use the UUID as number first and store it as a number, because those lookups in the index is going to be faster than dealing with text fields. So yeah, it's just, this discussion really is about performance. And
I have a question about not multi-predicate, but the multi-line keys, which would be like a SQL in or SQL or.
yeah, that's the equivalent of an and.
Give
me this record.
It is like an and.
Yeah.
Even though it's more like an or search in SQL.
No, sorry, you're right. It's more like an or. It's like, if this record exists, give me this one, or give me this one, or give me this one. And if you have 100 or 200 of those in there, it's going to slow you down.
Okay, thanks.
If you have 2 or 3 in there, it's not a biggie. I use those all the time for a value return and the word any. And on the left-hand side of join, I'll either use a particular value or the word any to find the other side. That's not bad. But if you have hundreds, that's going to really slow you down.
Keith?
Yep.
Just out of curiosity, when we have multi-predicates, is the order of the predicates changing anything, or it doesn't change anything, the order that they're defined in?
That's an interesting question. Our engine has the ability to optimize the join, but not a lot of optimizations have been put in. The multi-predicate joins, let's say you have a field that contains 10 rows of something, and then another field that has 100 rows of something.
I'm really not talking about the data. I'm talking about the relationship where you have A equals B, and okay, good.
That's where I'm going.
Okay, thank you.
So
sorry.
If you were to put the first relationship first, and you only had 10 of something to look at, and then you did the second join, then when you do your comparison to say which meets both criteria, then it would be faster if we had join optimization that would order the requests. And that's not a feature that we fully implemented. You know, that was added by our database guy who was in 7.0, and we didn't fully take advantage of that. So we have the possibility of doing that, but we don't do that. And it would be a lot better for certain things, like filtered joins. Would be a lot faster if we did that work.
Thank you.
So batch processing, we have this feature called batch processing. It happens when you do certain things like import, export, and replace. We will modify, create rows 500 at a time or 1,000 at a time, and we'll create those blocks on disk of record modifications, and we'll send those blocks up to the server. But when you're doing things like modifying rows of data, like with replace or possibly import, if you're using the matching field thing, we will download the whole entire record at the time that you do the replace or matching field import. And which means that if you have 100 fields, it will download that much data for every record and push it back up to the server in these groups of 500 or 1,000 at a time. So it's not good to have large tables. The smaller the table, the better. So that handles importing, exporting, and replace. Okay.
Wait. The script, what you just described there, is there a huge benefit then to doing that like a perform script on server so that it doesn't have to move up and down?
It's still being transferred on the server because you're in a multi-user environment. The server will have to move that data from one table to the other, to the temp file, to the main file, from the main file to the temp file, and back to the main file. And it's still using perform script on server, yes, will be better in some conditions, because you have to describe your found set and you have to push your found set up to the server, have the work be done, and then return back. So how much time are you going to, if you have a small found set, is it better just to, do the work locally where you already have the records possibly? Or if you've got millions of rows that you're doing it across, then it might be better for you to push it up to the server using perform script on server. So you see the difference? It really is situational, and we're making these decisions all the time. We'll talk about sort later, and that's one of the things that we do is, is it better to do it locally or remotely?
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, go, Robert.
So it is, in my mind, tied to batch processing. It's about record level access. So in security, you can define calculations to say if a user can edit a record or delete a record. And like that gets triggered when you're doing something like replace failed content or delete all records or all those kind of things. Now, those calculation in the security dialogues that we have, there is no way, there's no like storage option to be defined. You know, you cannot say, okay, this is going to be stored, this is going to be unstored, and so on and so on. So my assumption is that anything you write there is unstored, like by default. The FileMaker is never going to try and store the result of that calculation. But if I'm wrong about this, I'd like to know that, like the nuances where it would be different from, say, having the matching calculation defined in a calculation field in the record, and then just point the security calculation to that calculated field in the table.
Right. So I forgot this from my presentation, so thank you for asking it. It's a good question. Dealing with calculations that are nested inside the security model is not really a good idea. It can drastically reduce the performance of your system. And when I say drastically, I mean you could be viewing a record every third of a second, and it takes it down to like 10, 20 seconds. Okay, because it has to make that evaluation on a per record basis. So generally the way to write the calculations that you write in there is you never write a calculation that says, if it's John that's logged in and his access privilege is this, and if this field says that and this other field says this, and blah, 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 right? Just tons of comparisons. You never write that inside that inside the security model. Instead, what you do is you find a way to describe who can look at this record and return the smallest value that you can. So you put the calculation inside the table and you say, if the user that's logged in as a manager and this field equals X and that field equals Y, then return a value of some sort, a very short value, a number or a single character or something like that. Or you might define it that says, you know, under these conditions, the user can view the row if these qualities are met, and you give a number for one type and another number for another type, and you define these values, and then you simply say in the security model, if the value equals 4 or if the value equals 5, then they can view the record. So you've brought it down to one comparison at the time that the security model needs it. And even that will slow down things quite a bit, but not anywhere near as badly as the first thing I described.
And just to further this a little bit, so if we had something where, for instance, we're doing a comparison with extended privileges, okay, to say, okay, is this value one of the values in the extended privileges for this user? Okay, so you get to either make that comparison straight into the security dialog, or you make the same comparison in a calculated field that is unstored in the in the table, and then in the security dialog, you put a reference to that field. Like, is there any
pre-calculate everything? Don't do it on a per record basis. So, for instance, you might have a custom function that says, what type of person is this? And it says, if the access privileges says that they're a manager, return 1. If they're a supervisor, return 2, etc. You know, whatever type of person they are. And then you refer to the pre-calculated answer that's stored in a global or something like that. If you have to do that calculation on a per record basis,
well, it is record level access. It's going to get calculated for each record regardless. I don't think
it won't if you create a global called $user type, and you say, and you create another custom function that says calculate the user type if $user type is not calculated. And then you have a third item that says, get me the value of the user type. And inside the security model, you just use the custom function that returns the user type. It gets calculated once and it's done. It doesn't have to go through your long list of user types. Say you have 20 user types. It calculated it once and it's done. So it really is about you thinking about what you're doing and how to get at it faster the next time that you run it. You cache the value away and you use the value from now on.
I'll have to look at this and do some testing. I might shy away from relying on global variable for security implementation, but I'll
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of I'm describing it in general ways that everyone understands. But yeah, I would do the same thing. Shy away from the global because users can just modify those. Hey, suddenly I'm a manager. If you haven't set up your database correctly with security model in the first place. But okay, anything else on batch? Okay, here we go. So I added this afternoon as a discussion for you guys to understand that this is not just a solution problem. It's also a server problem, is that as your needs grow on your solution, your server should grow. So if you always stay at a machine that is a low-end server, and then and at the beginning you had 5 files in your solution and 15 tables and 10 users, and everything was running fine, you cannot assume that when you have a 100-file solution with now 200 people attached every day, that your solution will be still performant, especially as you continue to modify and continue to grow your server. So my first comment is real boxes are always better. VMs will always perform slower unless you have some exceptionally hot server being used as a VM, and not a lot of us have those. You can use VMs. I don't want you to totally shy away, but you really need to balance the server that the VM is on and how many resources you give the VM and how much processing power you give to the VM. When you have VMs, the machine that it's on should always be overpowered, like extremely overpowered, compared to whereas a real box can be just what it is. You're going to raise the resources of either the real box or the VM as your need grows. So that's the machine, the CPU, sorry, the CPU, the memory, etc. And evidently I put that on the next line, and the FileMaker cache. Now, I would not overextend your FileMaker cache, okay? There's some server statistics that you can look at and see how much data is always in the cache ready for to be served out to your clients. And if that number is really low, so say you're normally running at 95% of the data that FileMaker needs to serve out is always in the cache, then you certainly don't need more memory. Okay, but more FileMaker cache specifically. But you may need more CPU. So if you go from our small solution that we described earlier to a large file, you might go from, let's say, a 4x4. I don't know if everyone knows what I'm referring to. So 4 CPU count with 4 gigabytes of memory. And then you're giving FileMaker the standard 512 FileMaker cache. So that may work. And then one day someone says, hey, you know, things are getting kind of sluggish. And it's going to be one of these things that people, it's like fine, and it's getting slower and slower, and users don't realize it until one day it's bad. And then I didn't put in networking in here, but your networking matters as well. So if you're on site and you have a 10 gigabit to each desktop, then you're most likely not going to have problems for a long time. But if you're on a WAN and I've got a 400 megabytes per second pipe coming down, but only 20 up. So certain things feel slow going up, but usually feel fine coming down to me. So if you're in New Zealand, guess what? Everyone in New Zealand has symmetric gigabit to their house. I don't know how they got away with that, but evidently that was something that they did a decade ago. So like 90% of the users have symmetric gigabit to their house. And then everything is even better to businesses and so forth. But we're not like that in the US. So you really have to think about the latency that things are being delivered. If the latency is sitting around like 120, 160, 200, then it doesn't matter how fast your server is. It doesn't matter how optimized your solution is. Well, it's going to feel really bad from the user standpoint because it's going to take forever to download layouts and other things. So you have to look at this at a per user, per resource as you go along type of thing. So when do you raise the resources on your machine? Well, the user counts, the file counts, and the complexity of your solution. We're going to talk about a nasty little solution pretty soon, and you'll understand the difference. So the user scripts should, when I say user, I meant not user scripts, but anything UI related should return quickly and do little work, just the most minimal amount of work and only the necessary work. I forgot to remove this from this layout because it's supposed to be on another one. Large tasks can be divided up and then sent to the server. So say you're sending a mailer to 500,000 people. Well, if one user that is remote does that work, then what's going to happen is that it's going to finish in back to back. One record after the next record after the next record is going to be managed by, and that's the slowest possible way of doing things. The way to handle that task is to divide it up and say you send the whole task up to the server, you divide up the work between, say, 5 perform script on server scripts and 10. And you say do 100 at a time. So you mark all the rows to divide up the work, and then you send off perform script on server and say, okay, you handle the first 100, you handle the second 100, etc. You hand out the work to do. And then what you're doing is you're spreading the work across basically 10 users, and each user can report back and say, I'm done with my 10, or sorry, with my 100. So large tasks divide up and have perform script on server do it, and small tasks keep everything simple. I think my next slide is actually better. Well, I must have moved it. Okay, so I'm going to give you some details about how everything works, and all that showed at the same time. So the general rule of thumb is C++ is faster than anything else in FileMaker. So if FileMaker does the work, such as creating a row with a bunch of auto-enter values, that's going to be a lot faster than you creating the row and using a script that goes set, 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 set. Okay? Because all of this work is at the machine level, it's compiled code. Okay, calculations are the next fastest thing because they're also running at machine level, and custom functions can be faster if they're well written. Well, it's the same thing with calculations. Calculations inside a schema can be faster if they're well written. And then ScriptMaker will always be slowest amongst these things. So ScriptMaker has to give up time for the UI to run, and it has to run for a while, you know, burst out a bunch of work, and then it has to allow things to happen, and then it has to burst out some more work, and do the same thing over and over again. So ScriptMaker will always be slower. Okay. So we're about to look at the solution that I kept on telling you is slower and slower. So the person that wrote this solution, the solution looked awesome. It looked very professionally well done. The user didn't have to look at a lot of stuff at any given time. But what they did is they hid a bunch of things, controls, all over the layout. They had 10 popover controls, roughly. they had 3 slide controls. They had 7 tab controls that looked sort of like this. And I'm sure everyone does this. Well, they'll put tabs inside tabs. So if you do the math really quick, 7 times 2 relationships is 14, plus whatever they had in popovers and slide controls. They had hidden away portals in slide controls and popover controls. And in total, I think I've got the number here, but anyway, they had button bars, roughly 2 of those. And then they had some objects outside the layout that looked sort of like that. And then, okay. And I don't know why I have list view here. Okay. So, okay. Object types. Okay, there it is, list view. I don't know why I have list view there. List view layouts. Yeah, I don't know why. That sort of doesn't belong with this customer's issue. So let's drop that. So then they had layout calculations and relationships. And they had 35 tab calculations, roughly. And the calculations were not simple. They were looking at relationally, they were saying, are these 7 fields filled in? If so, make the label bold. Otherwise, leave it as is. So they were complex calculations. A couple of them actually had execute SQL commands and stuff like that. And that's definitely not a good idea. So tabs inside the tabs, they had SQL. And they had roughly 40 conditional formatting calculations. And they were also complex with multiple colors or bolding or underlining being selected under different conditions. But they had 40 of them. Then they had 100 visibility rules. Now there's 2 ways to do visibility rules. So you end up with all these little eyeballs, and basically they were looking at the visibility. It's like if this field is filled in, or these dozen fields are filled in, then show this group of fields. But that calculation was on every single field as a separate item, and they were hard-coded inside the object visibility rules. So that means 2 things. It has to parse and solve the calculation that's in those things for every single field in the grouping, and it has to run that calculation on every single field. So the preferred way of doing this is to group the fields either inside a tab control or using the group functionality of FileMaker and apply the rule to the entire group. So you end up with just 1 eyeball out here. But they had 100 of those fields. And then they had roughly 4 button bars with 35 calcs in them. And each of the button bars had visibility rules and the text calculated out to display what text you might want to display and so forth. So all that was about 35 calcs. They had no summary fields on the layout. That was good. They had no unstored fields on the layout, but they did have 2 filtered portals, And depending on how you write the calculation, so the filtered portals, if you write the calculation in a certain way, you can have the server do the work. The server will do the join for you and give you the answer of the join. But if you write the calculations wrong, then in such a way that does not match our functionality that we're capable of doing in a join, then we will download every record and run the calculation on the record directly. So if you have 1,000,000 rows in the table, we download all 1,000,000 rows and we download and compare to see if they should show up or not show up in the view. So that's not a good thing, of course. Is that the same thing? Oh, so we didn't just have that set of calculations inside the tabs, but we also had roughly 45 portals in the view. Even though they're hidden away inside a tab control, they're actually in the view and the joins are being done and the fields are displayed. So these were for, let's see, I think I remember about 7 files and roughly 45 tables. So the joins, 45 joins being run on as you navigate between every single record. The count of fields, you're downloading the entire table. So really it's the table sizes that matter for each of those 45 tables. The pictures, there were 2 pictures on the layout. One was immediately visible, and the other one was not. It is better to use a calc to forcibly produce a thumbnail. That way you get something that looks good for your solution and is more optimized than what FileMaker may do for you. We do ours based on the size of the layout object, but you may not need that. You might be okay with a slightly smaller thumbnail. So produce the calc to produce that thumbnail and have it stored externally, and it will get downloaded in a more optimal way. That was pretty heavy duty, all this layout stuff. So does anyone have any questions on that?
Keith, can you hear me? When you mentioned there's some kind of distinction in between what makes it so the server will filter the portal or the client will filter the portal, is that documented anywhere? Because if that could be the case, like it'd be gold to some of us.
Yeah, it's not documented, and it's because it's been it was tested, but not at the level that it really needs to be at for a documentation standpoint. So think about what a join does. A join does, if you're doing a multi-predicate join, it does, first name equals John and last name equals Doe, right? So the standard multi-predicate join. That type of thing is what the calculation can do. And you could write it in the join graph, or you could write it in the portal, and it would perform the same action and the server would do the work for you. But if you start doing math and stuff in it, you know, if some field plus 1 equals some field and some field plus 2 equals some field, if you start doing that type of work, then you're forcing the calc engine to download all the records and compare the results. Do exactly what the join graph can do, and it will be okay. And the real answer is when you test your solution, see the workload that's being done on the server versus here locally. Watch the performance and how much work is being done. Everyone knows about this tool, right? Oh, I'm on another user. I usually have it in my bar, but I created this demo user. Okay, so in your utilities, there's this thing called Activity Monitor on the Mac and the Windows. On the Task Manager, you can open up the Task Manager and see the same type of stuff that's happening here. So I'm looking at all processes, and you can see the work that is being done, and you can see the CPU and the memory, and you can see a bar graph or the raw percentages of data. So that is happening, and you can see what threads are busy at a given time. So if you see that FileMaker's server, you can see by using these tools, you can see if FileMaker server is doing the work or if the client's doing the work. And if you look at the network, you can see how much is being downloaded by FileMaker. You'll see FileMaker pop up on the list here, and you'll see the data received, grow rather large, and you'll actually see the amount of network activity go up while the client is downloading rows to be downloaded. So if you do this with like 500,000 rows or 1 million rows, it's very easy to see what's happening and whether or not you've written your calculation correctly. Okay, so we've got portals.
Hey, Keith, if I may, a question on all this. A tiny bit of setup. When I think of displaying a layout and how expensive it is, I break it down into 2 parts. One, structural elements and data. And, so I obviously try and minimize data, like I'll do a portal with 25 rows versus 26, just because I feel that, gives me some good luck. On the structural elements side, one of the decisions that I've been thinking about is replacing show custom dialog, which is a script step, often with a question like proceed or cancel, quite simple, with either a popover or a card window or something that's proximate to the button that's clicked, because the show custom dialog, it's a little hard to pre-position it. Would you say that structural elements are much less inexpensive to use than data, that they're maybe not something to worry about too much?
It depends. So if you have a script step that says display this dialog with a whatever, if it's just a raw text object and you're not doing a big, huge calculation to decide what to display, at the time, yeah, here's the end result. Yeah, sorry, I should have thought about this beforehand. when you're raw processing something and you're like importing a bunch of stuff or replacing a bunch of stuff, you're letting all that work being done by the machine. And you want that thing to just continue chugging away as fast as possible. If you stop and display a dialogue, whether or not it's a layout or a dialogue, as long as you have those elements already locally, you've downloaded that layout before or that pop-up already exists, then it's not that big of a deal to do it one way or the other. But adding that control to every single layout and hiding it away means that you're calculating it every single time, and it's part of your layout draw every single time, even though you may never show it. Whereas Script Maker, you can wrap it in an if statement and say, if some condition is met, display this dialog. So I'd say with the script all the time, but at the moment that your machine is not busy doing anything, and you're just going to display that pop over that card window or that dialog, there's plenty enough processing time for your machine to do work.
Yeah, it would seem, and mostly the use case would be a user interacting with the screen, not in a loop or anything like that, but just looking at say a detail screen, clicking a button that presents a question, and wanting that little, whether it's a popover card window, to be right next to the button.
Yeah.
Traditionally, or obviously prior to popovers coming into the platform, we've used show custom dialog and just more in scripts than in layout objects, just by habit. But I think it depends is also a very good answer. Covers a lot of circumstance.
But if you're adding 50 objects on every layout, just in case you might want to show a dialogue, I don't think that's generally a good idea.
Yeah, we were talking about maybe having one sort of dialogue that just appears in the middle of the screen. We'll play around with it. We'll test different circumstances, but it's.
Yeah, I'm about to get to the performance part of this.
Cool.
I've been describing this problem and what it's doing. So yep. Okay, so themes. FileMaker themes are not optimized, and your theme is probably not optimized. But basically, a theme is a description of a whole heck of a lot of things. And if you don't use it, you should remove it from your theme. I would duplicate the theme and change it to your theme, and then start deleting things you don't use. For instance, a lot of FileMaker's themes have something like red, green, blue, gray versions of all the objects. Well, your theme may only use the green and red and not touch the gray or the blue or whatever. Just go through your theme and remove all those things. So your theme may be a meg or two in size, and you might bring it down to half a meg. Okay. And this is even worse in FileMaker. Never use the classic theme, and this is a major improvement for WebD. Okay, you can't imagine how big of an improvement this is, because web pages, you try to make them be as small as possible, but if your theme is 2 meg in size, then then WebD, the first thing it's going to do is download a 2 meg thing. Now it keeps that 2 meg thing around, but that initial load for that layout is painful. So save your changes to the layouts and save your changes to the theme. So you know how the 2 icons, the little circles with the downward arrows, they turn red when you've changed something in the theme. Be sure to make those red circle triangles, make those gray again. So that making them gray means saving them to the theme itself. So in WebD, when you have changes to the theme, there's another document that is downloaded with all these little CSS descriptions. And what we're trying to do is to get rid of that extra document and never have an extra details about customizations to your theme be downloaded in the first place. So remove all unused elements, never use classic. Classic is not a theme technically, by the way. It's all custom, which means that extra document that I'm talking about is classic layouts have the largest custom file. So just get rid of that need for that extra file. Now, you can look at what's being downloaded, like in Safari. If you, oh, I don't have it turned on. In Safari, if you come in here to Preferences and turn on this feature, Show Develop Menu in Menu Bar, you get this extra thing that allows you to show this. It's Command Option U, and you can see the code that's being downloaded, and you can there's a file list here somewhere. I haven't done this in a while. So I guess it's this. No, it's this. So here's all the files to construct this page from WebEx. It downloaded each one of these files. There's a bunch of JavaScripts, and if you look hard enough, there's SVGs, so graphics, and then there's somewhere around here, there's some CSS somewhere around here. I don't see it right now.
Or from the bottom.
So yeah, there you go. So this CSS describes how objects on the layout should look. And there's all these little tiny little blocks. And you can do the same thing with FileMaker, loading up WebD, and you can see all the files that are downloaded. And look at each one. Look at the ones that end with .css, and you'll see that there's, I forget, 3 or 4 of them. And then there's this, one of them is this extra file that I'm telling you about that has all the custom CSS in it. And the idea is to make that file empty. If you make that file empty, then your theme is optimized as good as you can. And well, other than you making the decision of saying that I don't need a red version of that button, or a blue version of that button. Whatever you don't need, just continue to remove out. And it will lighten the size. So you can see in one view, you can actually see how long let's see. I want to close this file. In one view, you can see the file that's being downloaded and actually see how long each file took to download from the server. And what you want to do is remove half seconds of time from that. And that will reduce the load on your server. If 100 users are downloading, well, let's just use an obvious number, 2 meg less, then you're no longer downloading 200 meg to the group of users using your solution. So it just all adds up. So let's see. Okay. Calculation.
Can I ask you something on the themes?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier in the presentation that sometimes there are things that get deferred. I just want to be sure that with themes, nothing gets deferred, meaning if you have a single file that has 2 themes, one for desktop and one for FileMaker Go, for instance, even though on desktop, maybe you're never going to load a layout that calls for your FileMaker Go theme, everything that gets downloaded when you open the file, and it's not like it's deferred or it's in a background process that
Right.
will load that theme later on.
Everything in FileMaker is based on a deferral system. And what I'm trying to do is get you to think that way as well. So you're right. If I have a pro user, when he touches that layout, he downloads the theme that uses that theme. If the Go user touches a Go layout, he'll download that other theme, and both users will not download the other type of theme. So
awesome. Okay.
So what you want to do is be sure that you never cause a situation where you use a layout that uses a different theme. It's better to really just use one theme. You see what I mean?
Yes, I mean there are situations where you're going to want a different theme for things that will be printed out or things like that. But I understand what you mean. Like trying to have fewer elements is going to perform better. And I'm glad to have confirmation that if you have a single file, because some people would say, well, I don't want this to be loaded onto the machine, so I'll make another interface file to make sure that the theme is isolated, but there's no use for that because it's deferred.
Right. I want to take a step back and describe what I meant. What you said, of course, is true. But let's say the only real difference between the themes is that field sizes are 18 points on the Go layouts, and they're 14 points on the Pro layout. Okay. It would be better just to create another field type and have one called Go fields and Pro fields, because all the other things are exactly the same. Button sizes are generally the same sizes the font can be the same size. The only real difference is that buttons are a little larger on a Go layout, physically larger, but the theme doesn't pay for the button being physically larger. The theme describes the background color, the the outline.
Yeah. The attributes, yes.
The attributes of the object. So if an attribute is a font size where the text is larger for buttons, then you pay for that in the theme. You have to have, but if there's very small amounts of changes between Go and Pro layouts, then you just add a single element or maybe 2 elements, but not, I mean, believe it or not, there's like, if you go through every object type, there's got to be like 70 different CSS items in our themes, maybe 100.
But if loading the theme is deferred, there shouldn't be any gain to what you're describing now.
Well, there is, because you might want to share certain layouts, like dialogues that are just, continue progress or whatever. Whatever, there might be layouts that you want to share. And at that point, what's more work? To have a custom theme that has those 2 objects, or to have 2 themes that you download and each one's a meg in size. Okay. So it's a decision point that you have to make, and you have to think about your theme and whether or not it's possible to do what I'm talking about. So the buttons are physically a little larger, who cares? But the font sizes for those buttons, if you decide that they should be larger, and how many custom things are there? So generally when I create new themes, I create a layout that has all the object types on it. So that way I can modify the look and appearance of the theme. And I'll create half of the layout with Pro objects and half of the layout with O objects. And I'll make decisions. I'll say, no, those can be the same and these cannot. And I'll customize everything out. And I'll be sure that the names of them make sense. So that way when I use them, I understand what's going on. But I try to stay to a single theme as long as there's just a couple of changes between the theme, one for Go and one for Pro. But that's, of course, your decision about how to do this. I'm just giving you the information. These themes are heavy. They take up quite a bit of time to download in both Pro and WebD. It's worse in WebD. And you gotta think about the theme and optimize it out.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on themes?
I have a question about just a general question. To what extent does everything that you've been describing become mitigated when the server is using the M1 silicon? It's a little early to talk about the new Mac Studio, but
yeah,
would that have an impact also?
I've been pretty impressed about the new M1s. They're, from a FileMaker standpoint, pretty potent little boxes. But this, like I've been describing, everything matters. It doesn't matter what the server is. Then everything that you download matters. Say you want to, let's say one day we want to support 500 users. All this matters because the more load that the server is doing, like 500 people log in and I've got to download themes, join graphs and everything for 500 users. Okay. All that matters. If let's say everything is 10 meg on the first download, then we're talking 5 gigabytes of data to get all 500 users up and running. But if you can minimize everything that we've been discussing so far, and more stuff later, then it could be 10 gig to get all 500 users running. And that might be reasonable to make the whole 500 user count work. So the server helps, the design of your solution helps, and just every little thing that you think about matters. It's an excruciating amount of detail that I'm throwing at you, but really there's one walk-away theme to all this. It's like, minimize what you're doing. So, okay, calculations.
Before we continue, just want to make sure that Steve and Keith, both of you are okay with the time so far?
Yeah, I'm okay. And I did prep this stuff, so it would be nice if
yeah, Steve,
if people want to hear it.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, do we have an idea of how much more you have to go, Keith?
Yeah, I think I'm a little like 60% through. Yeah, see, I'm 17 out of 30 slides.
And it's yeah, we're at 2 hours now.
Yeah.
But I'm good. As long as we can get the recording, I can actually timestamp all the topics. So, you know, for the people who can't stay, we'll probably have the recording just fine, and we'll be able to link right to wherever you want to go in this presentation.
You want to take a 2 minute, 5 minute, if anyone needs to like go disappear to a restroom or whatever?
I think we're good. Keep going if you can.
I'm actually asking for me.
Oh, okay, go.
Yeah, give me a couple minutes.
If anybody has a question that you think somebody else can answer right at this point, go ahead and ask, because there's still quite a few people here who are able to answer questions quite well. Like Vince was asking, is WebDirect and FileMaker Client doing the same thing? I think maybe Keith kind of answered that.
Continue with what I was asking about the silicon a moment ago. I had a client a week ago who was considering taking their file off my server and hosting it in their own location. They thought that their 30 gigabits per second speed was wonderful. And if all of their users are on their LAN with wired connections and nobody's outside the building and nobody's using Wi-Fi, I suppose they might get away with it a little bit, but I think the network speed that any users got, whether they're at Starbucks or whether they're in their office with a real good connection, would also make a lot of difference with all of this downloading that we're discussing.
Yeah, there's unless you designed it really well for wide area network, generally you're having as close as possible makes a big difference, and then of course still like one of the most important things is still disk drive, I believe. The disk drive speeds, I wouldn't I don't know, I think CPU would come third or fourth really as far as server performance comes across, but I don't know if any of that's changed, but that's the last I heard.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah.
You guys ready to move on?
Sure.
Okay, got some water too. I was having a problem with water. I didn't bring enough in. Okay, so custom functions are always in memory. When you change from layout to layout and you move around the system, they're always in memory. Whereas functions that are written and hard-coded into objects on a layout, those load and unload at the time that the layout loads and you leave the layout. So We got those. Unloaded as you change layouts, we got that. Hard-coded objects, calculations that are inside objects are difficult to maintain because you have to find the object and modify it. Whereas if you learn to write calculations that are more reusable, you'll have less custom functions in your system, less hard-coded items in your system, and they'll load and respond with answers faster. Relational references are slower. That's just so anytime you use a calculation that refers to a relationship, think about the steps that you're doing there. What you're doing there is you have to perform the relationship, solve the joins, and find out the records and get answers. Okay.
I have a question along with that then. But let's say I have a tooltip on every single field, for instance, and it tells you something about that field if you hover over it. And that's using a custom function that goes and gathers that information. And that's set individually for each and every one of those fields. Is there a better way to do that, or
a custom function that gets a constant from a table is a great way of handling that. Tooltips are one of the few things that are not calculated when you move to a layout. They're calculated as you hover over them. So that's actually a
so it's not expensive.
It's not expensive, other than the downloading of the tools.
Oh, it has to download all those calculations for each of those fields individually.
It's part of your layout.
Yeah.
So as it downloads the layout, it has to download all those custom functions that go with your layout.
Even though all the custom functions look identical, and they all return something different.
If we can learn how to write custom functions that are reusable, in the example that I gave you earlier, the tabs that the user used was literally 90% the same type of thing over and over. It just, he needed to pass in the label for the tab and pass in a true or false answer. And if he would have done that, it would have done the calculation that he wanted and much easier to deal with. If he found a better way to describe his calculation, he would rewrite his calculation and all the tabs would get updated and be either function better, more like what he wants, or be faster if he learned how to write the calculation more efficiently. So it's just a thing.
And you're talking about reusable calculations. I mean, where are we storing those then? In the schema?
In the custom functions, reusable calculations.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the other thing that this person did is the complexity of his calculations could be managed by actually calculating or counting how many things the calculation does. So if you say 1 + 1, it's going to load the number 1 into a register. It's going to load the second number into a register and perform an add operation on those two numbers. We use reverse Polish. So if anyone knows what that is, you load up the left side and the right side and then perform the action on the object. That's the easy way to describe reverse Polish. it's actually more complex than that. But so in this case, that's 3 operations that this calculation does. Well, a lot of his calculations were massive. They were anywhere from 1/3 of a page of code to like almost a whole page of code. And each line had maybe 10 operations or some average number, 10, 8, 12, whatever the number was. So his calculations were doing 100 or 200 things. So you really have to think about the complexity of the calculation and the things that it does. And there's sometimes easier ways to get an answer. So plugins are treated the same way as unstored calcs. From a server client perspective. Server and client doesn't know what version of the plugin is up on the server. And there's no, which means that the calculation that includes a plugin will always be run on the client, which means I have to download the record for the calculations. A lot of the FileMaker server and client actions such as calculations are being done on the server on the client's behalf. And the server can do that because when it first connects, it uploads a whole host of information about the client, the username, the IP, and a bunch of things that you can think as static answers are being pushed up to the server, which means that the server can run that calculation as if it was the client to be able to perform certain actions such as finds and sorts and so forth. And because the server is doing that work, it can decide to reduce how much data is being transmitted to the client, which is the whole reason why it does that stuff. FileMaker stores multiple calcs. Not sure what I meant by that. Let's drop that. Oh, that's what I meant by that. Okay. The calc engine has 2 versions of the calculation. What looks like a typed version that includes things like white space and spaces, returns, tabs, etc. And one is a runtime calc, which does not have that information. It technically optimizes the calc by removing any white space characters and does some simple things like the removal of, like, say you have a bunch of static math, like 2 times 4 times 7. Well, that answer is calculated and stored as the final result. So simple answer thing, 1 plus 2. Instead of the runtime storing 1 plus 2, it removes 3 operations from the calc by storing the answer 3 in that position in the calculation. And there's some basic optimizations to the calc other than white space and math that it does, but not much, because most everything has to be live. So yeah, 1 plus 2 is saved as 3 in the runtime version. Okay. And then there's short circuiting calculations. Some functions can short circuit, meaning don't run the rest of the calc if I already have an answer. So in the case of this case statement, it runs the first comparison, returns false, and returns R1, whatever the result number one would be. But since that returns false, it's going to go to the next step. That step returns true and returns the second result. And then the rest of the calc is dropped. It's not even run. It's not even thought about. Same thing with or statements. False or false or false. I should have made one of those true. So let's pretend it says false or true or false. It would drop this part of the calculation. It would only run this part or that part, and it would stop running the rest of it. So the same thing with and, false and true and false, it would stop at the second one. Ordering of a calculation matters. If you know that 80% of the answers are in a particular field and it would short circuit the rest of the calculation, then you want to move the most popular thing to the top of the calculation. So whenever you're doing these ands or ors, and if you say 90% of the people have the word John in the first name field, then you want to compare the first name field first inside your comparison. And then this is not really short circuiting, but it's going to go direct to the answer, which is choose 3 means go and do whatever's in this portion of the calc. And these are never touched. So your layouts should use smaller images. You should, I see every once in a while users creating these 10 meg graphics on side their layout. And yeah, they look great by the time they get to the user, but the user has to download 10 megabytes just for that graphic, plus all the other layout. So the buttons should be lightweight. If possible, use simple SVGs. They preserve a cross-platform appearance. So the feature in FileMaker for buttons, use those buttons if you can, or import fine SVG graphics on the internet that support the functionality that we support and pop them into FileMaker. Those are generally just a few bytes in size. A lot of those are just literally like 200 bytes in size. They can be color, they can be pretty detailed, but when you shrink them or you magnify them, they always look great. It doesn't matter what size they're at. They're scalable. And if you can't do that, use a character in a font in the emoji section of the font. They're smaller size than actual real graphics because they use TrueType. And they're just a graphical description, and everyone already has the emoji on their machine. You're just saying, I want to use this font and I want character 4000, let's say. or 64,000. It's one integer in size. It's the size of an integer. It's not a graphic. So
are we at risk of the operating system changing what the emoji looks like, though?
That's my next comment, which is it's font based. This answer is font based. So if the font may not even have it cross-platform, okay, and then the graphic won't look the same cross-platform because the implementation Max emojis usually look a little more detailed, have more shading and more detail than emojis on the Windows side. So you have to be accepting of the idea that the fonts look different cross-platform. And then, of course, if someone changes the OS and the font changes, then your solution changes. So, yeah. But this, again, this is all about performance, and we're trying to get your solution to be as fast as possible to do the work that you want it to do. If the emoji is still a thumbs up, does it matter to you that the graphic looks different cross-platform? That's a decision for you to make. If you want a thumbs up that always looks the same, find a thumbs up in the SVGs out on the internet and include that with your solution. If you can't do that, then you resort to a real graphic, which could be, and that if you're not careful, it could be, 250K or a meg or something. And that means that you're slowing down your solution. So you have to know exactly what you're putting into your database every time you create a layout. So they're not the same cross-platform, but they have the same meaning. That thumbs up is still a thumbs up. So is that acceptable or not? The beginning of the emoji section is more reliable. So really think about, go up to the Unicode Consortium pages, and if there was stuff added in the latest versions of Unicode, you may not have that graphic available to you as a font character. So be careful about which ones you use and what fonts you use. And then I said that earlier, use a calc to generate the thumbnail. The size that you care about instead of the size that we care about. Okay, so earlier I described that the calc functions have two versions of the calc, the runtime and the textual version. Scripts do not have two versions they run through every script step. So comments and commented out script steps are walked over. And the question is, to me, is that slower, or is it so, is that fast enough that you don't really care? If it's adding a half second to every button click. I see some scripts that actually have 4 lines of code that have 2 pages of comments because they well document their code. But the answer with ScriptMaker is, sorry, the design. Yeah, I've been working at FileMaker too long. So with scripts, those things are looked at runtime, and we have to consciously skip over script steps that are not currently active, like comments and so forth. On other notes about script, your code should be very functional. You shouldn't be writing like 2 pages or 3 pages of stuff. Usually you can find some chunks that you use over and over again, and you really should pull those out of your script and make them a separate script. That little piece should be functional, what you do with it, and they'll download smaller, faster chunks. And the code should be directed with a purpose. And you should be able to reuse those chunks over and over and over again. If you do that, I see a lot of solutions with like 2, 3, 4,000 scripts in them. And I've written a lot of stuff in the past, and I don't think I've ever had more than 200 or 300 scripts in any of my solutions that I've written from start to end. Sometimes someone else takes them over and you start ending up with a lot of unuseful stuff. But if you do stuff correctly, you shouldn't have a lot. Yeah, so FileMaker only creates one script. It's both a runtime and the original script that the user did. So if your solution is running on a WAN, you really have to think about everything that we said tonight. If the client's ping time is greater than 70 milliseconds, and how fast is their upload and download speeds, and what is the server ping time and the upload and download, you really have to think about all this ahead of time. The slower your network is, your solution won't work that well. So if you start doing the things that we're talking about, your solutions will be slower on the WAN, but they'll feel very, they'll feel better. The solution that I evaluated for a customer, his record changes from one record to the next was 6 seconds, anywhere from 3 seconds to 6 seconds. And all he did was take his solution and started running it from locally on the local LAN, which everything felt fine, half second or quarter second record changes. But as soon as he put it on the WAN, all his remote clients were like, oh my God, this is unusable. And it really is about the entire design, everything that we talked about, counts of fields, graphics, et cetera, the whole thing. There's some miscellaneous things. Truncate table will work on the server if you have no locks on the table, there's no found set, there's no row authentication calcs, there's no global containers on the layout. All those things, if all that's true, then the truncate will happen on the server and it will happen instantaneously. Whereas otherwise it's downloading every single row, checking to see if it has a lock on that row, deleting it, and going on to the next row. Downloading the next row, checking for a lock and deleting it over and over again. So if you can manage that, like maybe do your truncates late at night when no one's working, or that will improve your performance. Someone asked about this, and I already had parts of this. So there's some JSON here and some JSON later. We keep a hash for already.
Keith,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, on the truncate, any distinction in between if your file is local and if your file is hosted?
Nope. Other than you own the table, it's still going to behave the same way.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so for the JSON, if you use one of the calc functions like JSON get whatever, I think I have a few here. If you use some of those, we'll parse the value and we'll record a hash for it. And if the next time the hash is the same way, we'll just use the already parsed value of the JSON. We rescan the JSON when it's changed. So I'm going to show you a couple bad things. So this calc function here takes J, gets the first element out of it, and then does a delete, and then gets the last element, and then it prints it. So it's going to scan, because the data changed from here to here, it's going to rescan J where the JSON is located. Okay, so we don't want the data to be rescanned. We want to do it in such a way where it won't get rescanned. So multiple write operations will reparse the JSON. Single calls are more performant. So if you do a JSON set element like this is more performant than the way that we did it earlier by calling separate calls. You should only work with small chunks of JSON, okay? If you were sending JSON down to a browser, well, browsers only deal with like 5, 10, 20 rows at a time, and they only deal with a small amount of fields at a time. These functions are not meant to be used on hundreds or thousands or millions of rows. Okay, so this calculation puts everything together that we just discussed. Each of our calc functions returns the result of the JSON, and it is in a parsed state when you do that. So if you return it to J and give J to the next element, then it's already parsed, ready to go, and you can perform it. So you can delete, set, and get everything in one set. Okay, this is going to be the most performant calculation. In this case, we put Joe D in the first and last name, and we have a number field, and we delete the num item out of the array, and we set the values to John Doe, and then we get those values out, and this is what's returned out from the calculation, John Doe, and that's the content of the JSON that is returned. You can see that the num value is removed. This is the right way to write these JSON functions. Just keep on storing and retrieving. And some of you may not know that this is actually valid syntax that I can reuse the variable named J over and over again, and it just gets updated as you go along. So this is valid syntax. Okay.
Hey, Keith, a question on this. So within a calculation, as you just said, I'm just going to repeat, you're returning, I think you called them parsed values. So those are fast to work with. Would the same carry over for scripts? I'm guessing perhaps not. Like if you were building up a relational JSON structure that was relational nested,
Got it.
you might, just be inclined to do it in a script, whereas you might perhaps it might be more performant if you do it in a calculation. That's actually supposed to be a question. It should sound like a question.
Yeah, go to my first slide if you remember. Calculations are always faster than ScriptMaker. That's the answer to that. It's better to write this as a single calc, as a custom calc, possibly, where you just pass in the original J value and then have the calculation run on that. Then to hard code that into the script. It will give you a chance to fix bugs where you reuse this over and over again. And the calculation's always ready to run because it's part of the custom functions, whereas this is not quite ready to run in the script. It has to be, there's a minor like compilation thing that it has to do to make the calculation run. So.
Okay, so I mean, that makes sense that you would, calculation that pulls related data and builds the nested structure by pulling related data would outperform a script that assembles pieces by traversing the child and grandchild tables.
Yeah, how you got the JSON is really not thought about in this discussion here. You still have to get the original JSON in a performant way as well, which would hopefully be another custom function. So this discussion here is simply saying, each of these functions, delete, set, and get, return parsed values that's ready to go for the next call. So just to understand what the JSON parser does to optimize the usage, is it doesn't care about the values. It cares about what the names are of the fields that are used in the JSON. And it creates a map, if you will, of all those values and where they exist in the structure. So that way it can go directly to that field and give the value.
Yeah, it's essentially indexed. It doesn't have to parse through the whole piece of text to find it.
Yeah, the next time that you say, give me the first or the last or whatever, it's ready to just give it to you because it knows how to go directly to it. And this is the assumption that, the JSON value being used is larger than this. That there's 40 fields or something in it. And it's going back to what I said earlier, it's not really good to have more than, say, 20, 30, 40 rows at a given time. Okay, it's better to process 10 at a time or 20 at a time. And and then go on to the next set, like when the user requests it. So like in a browser, the user is going to click on next, and that's when the browser goes out, asks the server for another JSON blob, and the web server preps the page and looks at the JSON and puts out the data in the format that is required for the page itself. Think of it the same way, okay? If the user didn't ask for 1,000,000 rows, don't give them 1,000,000 rows. It's just a waste of time. And it's going to take forever. So you always defer everything. If the user doesn't ask for stuff, don't give it to them. Okay. There was another question that was asked. It's like, if I have a large chunk and I know certain chunks, the name of certain chunks inside the JSON, should I break those chunks out and use them? And the answer is no, because for every chunk you break out, you have a text chunk until it gets parsed. So if you have, let's say you have, for argument's sake, let's say you have 10 meg of chunk, and there's a 1 meg chunk that you pull out, and another 1 meg chunk that you pull out. Well, you've got to parse 10 plus 1 plus 1. So you're going to end up parsing 12 meg of data instead of just the original 10 meg of data. So it's really not a good idea to do that from a performance standpoint. Of course, from a convenience standpoint, it makes your code a lot easier to understand and easier for you to look at the next time you look at it, but it's not a performant thing to do. Does that make sense?
It does, and you might write it the readable way until you hit a performance issue, and then when you need to optimize it, I mean that's the way I might approach it. Is, you know, write it readable and optimize. Or if I was got more and more clever, then I would just write it optimized from the get-go.
Yeah. If you don't write optimize from the get-go, you'll tend to be lazy and leave a bunch of this stuff inside your solution. So I'd say try to get used to it as soon as you can, and then from then on, just write the performant way. I know it's difficult. I've been doing this for like 30 plus years, so it takes a while to get this to this point. Okay, so we had some questions and about all sorts of things. So let's just hit them. Calculating something is not always faster. So the example here is, if you ask for the length of the text, this is actually slower the larger the text is, because it literally has to go through and calc up the characters. It's not like old text where everything is 1 byte and you can say, what's the size of my array, and say, oh, it's got 40,000 characters in it, so return 40,000. It's not like that anymore. With Unicode, characters can be 1, 2, or to 5 or 6 bytes now, I forget. And you have to look at this character and see what the next character is to decide if it's 1 character or is it 2 characters. So you have to go through, and for the length calculation, you have to calculate the true length of the object, not just how much memory it takes up. So the faster way to do this with the larger objects is to just return a massive size. Okay, just something that you'll never have. And the text engine knows that if you have this massive size, then it will give you the actual size of the actual object, and it doesn't have to calculate the length. So you're going to be lazy with some of these calculations, and you may not like the look or appearance of your calcs, but this is the more performant way of doing it. And this is true, of course, for all text functions. For phone formatter, this is an interesting one. The calculation above at the top is the one from the FileMaker website for what a phone formatter would look like if it handled data masking at the same time. So it's actually not that fast, and it's not very pretty and so forth. It looks at the length of the calc, and then it goes directly to one of these, and then it concatenates a bunch of stuff. So because of the choose, it's doing some sort of semi-short circuiting, but it's still having to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Say about 12 operations every time it runs through the calc, because these are longer and these are shorter. So let's just kind of average it out to 10 or 12 per time. So that is going to be painful, and this is not a calculation function that will work for anyone but the US. Okay, this calculation is dysfunctional because it's only for US. And this is the same thing that's happening here, except it's for New Zealand. And if the left chunk is one of these values, so it has to find out, like every time through here, it has to go, does it meet this criteria? And then it does this chunk. And again, these are only good for New Zealand calcs. So their area code, if you will, is in one of these formats. You know, they're not always left paren 3 digits and right paren. They have all these weird, funky things. So, so stay away from non-tail recursive functions. A tail recursive function is where the call to the same function is the last thing it does. Tail recursive functions are performant, and non-tail recursive functions will leave stuff on a stack to be completed when the calculation returns. So they're not performant. They take up more memory, and their performance is poor. So tail recursive calculations are better, and this is just a new calc. There's a mask being stored in a table for this calculation, and any format in the world for different time formats can be stored in that data mask in the database. So what you do is you do a lookup for city and state, or province and city, or whatever, across whatever record that you're looking at, and you get the data mask, and then you run it through this. And what it does is it calls itself for every condition, swapping out pound signs for number values, and otherwise it takes whatever value and stuffs it in the answer. So if the math says something like open paren, pound, 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 close paren, pound, 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 hyphen, pound, 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 it leaves all the symbols. It just pulls those into the result and sucks in the numbers. And this is a worldwide calc, and it's slightly less performant than, say, this calc, but it can be used everywhere in the world. And it would be better if you used a while statement instead of a let statement. That a while statement would be a bit faster, but I didn't have time to rewrite the same thing with a while statement. It would look a little simpler too with a while statement.
While eliminate the need for all those recursive functions then?
No, yeah, you don't have to be recursive at all. There's only one recursive here, underscore mask value, and it's technically the last thing on the stack because these right parens don't count when doing tail recursives. Recursion. So it would eliminate a good chunk of the calc, and it would actually be simpler because you're just walking over the mask and putting in values. It would actually be more performant as well. So think about the reusability of your data. This calc could be used for phone numbers, zip codes, social security numbers, all sorts of darn things. All you need is a mask. Okay. That calculation is very reusable, whereas the ones above it are not reusable. They can't be used for any other purpose or any other country, whereas the one below can be. So there's no penalty for passing large objects into the next recursion call or in FileMaker in general. FileMaker passes in references to objects. It doesn't pass in the actual object. So there's no copy going on when you have a big block of text and you call another function. It just passes in a reference to the object and it works on the object. The actual slowness is performing a left on, for instance, any text function on any large block of text, because it actually has to, if you say, give me, if there's like 40 meg of a text object and you say, give me the next 20 meg of it, it has to go through and walk over each of those. And I shouldn't say meg, I should say characters. So 40,000 characters versus 20,000 characters. And it has to walk over and say, is that a single character or do I need to combine it with the next character? And that's the difficult thing to do. And then test your calcs, of course. There's a new feature, I forget when it was implemented, 9.0 or 9.2, where server-side sorting will get done for you. And the reason why this is faster is that it doesn't download the found set. So say you have 1 million rows, it tells the server using 1 meg of data that these are the rows that you have. So it tells the server what rows you have, what table you have, which is like 1 byte. And it tells the sort order description, which if it does it nicely, it would give you a reference to the sort description. in the database. So once it has that information, the server does all the sort, and it creates a set of nodes that has a values that says this is word A, this is word B, and every single word has a small little record list that says these are the records that are in that sort. Okay, in there. So it's going to be a little tiny larger than the actual amount of rows that you have. So your 1 meg may grow to, let's say, well, it probably won't double. It will be like a meg and a quarter or something like that, because the only thing that exists is the words around each of these record lists. So you send up a meg, you download a meg, and you've got your sort order. Okay. Now, the worst part of this is, say you have, or sorry, the best, let's say your table has 100 fields and they average 10 bytes each. So every record is roughly a megabyte in size. If you were to do a client-side sort, it would have to download 1 meg for every row, and there's a million of them. So how large is that? It has to download the whole thing, and then it has to sort it locally, and then you have your nodes that have the sort order. Okay, so server-side sorting is a huge benefit. I'm hoping you guys love it. I'm hoping that you guys have upgraded to the version of server that supports that. For it to work, all your server and your clients all have to support it. Not all your clients, but the clients that you want to do server-side sorting on has to support it. But the server does the work for you, and you have to make this work. You have to have a sort spec. You have to be connected to a server. The sort being done has to be on the same server, not a secondary server. So if the fields don't exist on the same server, they exist on another server, it won't work. You cannot refer to any related tables or fields. And the calculations have to be performed on the server. If there's any calcs being done. And the host has to not be busy. Not busy is described as less than 25% CPU utilization. And there has to be more than 10 missing records. So if there's a small record set, say you have 50 and 40 of them are down, 41 of them are down, then it will do it on the locally. It will just download the 9 missing rows and do it. And otherwise, if there's 40 rows locally and there's 10 missing, then it will, sorry, 11 missing because it's greater than. So you have 39 locally and there's 10. It's being done on the 11 that are missing. It has to be done on the server. Does that make sense? Any questions on that? Okay. So more JSON. We can parse multiple JSON objects at one time. think of the JSON usage like what you'd be delivered to a web page. Yeah, we discussed this actually. Web is still, yeah, okay, definitely not hundreds. Okay, we talked about all that. So some of this I don't understand. So green versus blue, I don't get that.
Oh yeah, that was just a trial question.
That was just a test question.
Yeah.
Okay. Button versus button bars, they all do the same thing. It doesn't really matter if it's a button or a button bar. There's a usability, like they're easier to keep in line. You can pick up a whole button bar and move it around, but they have the same rules, visibility rules, calculation rules for the text on the button, etc. So there really is no real winner there if you're using tons of those features, right? $, global variables versus global fields. We have the current record in memory. We have a certain amount of records, I forget how many are in memory, on the client. So it really doesn't matter which one you use, $, global variables versus globals. It's mostly a preference. The only difference there is global fields are downloaded when you first connect to the server. So that could be a performance hit if you have 100 of those and you download them all. Perform find versus go to related record. Either way, you're performing a find. Go to related record says perform this join and go to record number 5. Perform find does the first part of that, but you might have an ID number for that record, so it might be faster if you do like go to not go to ID, but you perform a find for ID. If you do that, that's preferable. It's really a usage. Which one do you prefer? Go to related record has some functionality benefits. So you can put a bunch of IDs on the left side and you say go to related and it will find all those rows on the other side. You could mimic the same thing using perform find. But yeah, it really does depend on usage and what you need. So plugin calculations or scripts versus native FileMaker. There are some plugins that are faster than FileMaker. So it really depends on what you're using. But plugins have a negative thing is that some find operations and other operations will not be done on the server, like joins. Joins may not be done on the server if the plugin is involved in the actual join that you're doing or the actual action that you're doing. So native FileMaker for like 90% of that answer, 95% of that answer, but there can be some performance, like our JSON functions are, if you use them in the wrong way, they can be less performant, and some JSON functions out there are actually faster inside other plugins that have been written. Use perform find whenever possible. Execute SQL is a lot of things. It's hard to maintain, and about 90% of the questions that you can ask are slower than doing FileMaker functionality. So performed fine for most of it. There are some times that you can get the answer faster, and there's some questions that you can ask versus execute SQL that you can't. But most of the time it's slower to get the answer through execute SQL. Get UUID by itself is the text version of that, right? And we discussed that earlier. Numbers are faster. If you can use them for joins or finds or whatever, they're faster. So
I guess one of the things we discovered though is that we thought the number, well, I forget, I think the number actually uses more characters. And by doing that, it's actually storing more data, even though the index is smaller. But it's because it's storing both the text and the number in the field.
Here's one of the bad things I didn't tell you about so far is that FileMaker stores everything as text. Numbers, dates, times, everything is text. They're interpreted as their data types. As an example, most database systems store dates as numbers, but no one understands that some random number is their birthday or whatever day of the year. So numbers have to be interpreted and put into a format that the user understands. So it doesn't matter if it's coming from text or coming from a number. The only benefit that FileMaker gets out of it is that when we put it up on the screen and there's no internationalization going on to the database, we can store that value right up on the screen. No interpretation at all. We just display that value. But if you do a calc function on it and you say, what's the month or what's the day of that date, then we have to scan the text, parse it into a date structure, and then pull the month or the day, whatever the user asked for, out of it. The other way around, if we stored a number, would actually be a two-step process as well. You'd have to convert that number into a date and say, is that Monday or Tuesday, whatever, or what month is that? So FileMaker does what it does. It's better in some respects and possibly worse in some respects, but all objects are stored as text in FileMaker and then interpreted as their actual data value. That includes numbers. That's why Eric commented that the storage is large. Well, an integer is just one or two bytes, depending on the size of your, whether or not you're 64-bit numbers or 32-bit numbers. So a number would normally be 1 byte, but in Eric's case, he noticed that it's actually as large as the actual string of the number. But looking at it from an index standpoint, it's faster because those are numbers. Those are not stored as text. And its evaluation is a lot faster when going through the index. we already discussed the built-in theme versus a custom theme. They can be the same. It's really your responsibility to go through and remove things that you don't care about for your theme. Server and FileMaker does not support transactions, so you must be talking about the hack of a workaround that that's being used to make record modifications in a portal.
Yeah,
So
Vince is here, so we have to say the transaction method hack is better.
yeah, I don't know. I think Vince, is that your transaction thing, or is that what's his name's the guy with the goatee?
Well, Vince is over in Germany. He might have fallen asleep.
Possibly. So
I'm still here. I'm still.
Okay.
Yeah.
What was the question? Sorry.
Oh,
No,
he was just going over through our old FileMaker feature duel, and he looked at that our transactions versus the easy way.
Now, is that your transaction thing, or is that the guy with the goatee?
That's like how do you say? I think it's FileMaker transactions, basically. Like you create as long as the records are not committed, like anything that happens is done at the time that the commit happens. So
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Script it.
current FileMaker transactions is if you have 2 or 3 portals on the layout and you modify the current table and you modify these portals, all those changes will be sent as a single change up to the server. What does the easy way mean?
And it's just doing things
like basically touching all the records, like without, like going from record to record, making the changes. So it's not baked into a transaction necessarily.
the unadvanced way.
Yeah, the unadvanced way, or
So
the procedural way, or whatever.
So you go to every single table to that row, make the modification.
Yes.
Save it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
one at a time,
Yeah.
100. Yeah, loop through it or something.
Okay. So I would say it's more important to keep databases transactions together as a group. So I would say that transactions are more important than the easy way. The easy way is actually hard because you have to go through and find the rows and make the modifications and so forth. Whereas with our current transaction model, the whole row, so all the records are right there on the current screen. So they're all gathered for you already.
You have to do some prep work to set all that up, right? So it works transactionally.
Okay, what's the guy with the goatee's name? There's another transaction thing.
With the goatee's name, I don't remember.
Long hair, brown.
Are we talking about Todd Geist?
Todd Geist, yeah. So he has a transaction model that uses our built-in functionality. And that's one thing. And then we have our built-in functionality that has been there ever since 7.0, which as long as you keep an open record and you don't change layouts, you go through and you change the rows that you want to change that are on the current layout. Then we will save all those rows together as one transaction, quote unquote.
I mean, without having a portal?
No, let's say you have the current row that's a local table, and then that layout also points to 2 or 3 portals or related or related fields. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
We open up the current row And other portals or related fields can join that transaction by simply going through and modifying whatever data relationally or non-relationally on the layout, and then committing the row. All that's grouped together as a transaction. That's the current product. It's been like that since 7.0. Now, what some of you might be thinking about is that you might, for instance, have a script step that says open a transaction. Then you go off willy-nilly to whatever layout that you want to go to, make modifications to whatever you want to make, and then write a script step that says commit transaction. We don't have that. Everything, the simple rule that we currently have is everything has to be related. It all has to be on the same layout. You can't leave the layout. And whatever modifications that you make to the current layout will be saved together as a group. Todd Geist makes this one change, which he has this one field that allows him to change what relationship he's pointing to. And then he has a single portal that he makes changes to. And he does as many changes as he wants, but he has to follow the same basic rules. The portal has to be on the layout. He can't leave layouts. And he can make millions of rows of changes just by changing the ID number of that thing. So he doesn't use anchor buoy. He uses that
selector connector method to point at whatever object he wants to point at. Okay, and that method allows him to gain access to whatever rows that he wants to make modifications to, and he can make millions of changes and save them all as one lump sum if everything works. Okay, so yeah.
I would go with the current transaction model, what we support. You could use Todd Geist's way. It's a little clumsy, I guess is the word I'm looking for, but it works. It does the job. You could use that method. I would prefer to, personally, for me, I would prefer to stay with FileMaker's built-in transactional support. And I would not go off and say, go to this layout, find this record, make this change, because you lose the transaction model at that point. And I'd rather all the records to be saved together. I see that was pretty close. I don't know, after giving you that information, if people would lean one way or the other. But it seems like a lot of work for me to like write a long script that goes off and performs find requests and change layouts and modifications than just being lazy and building the layout the way that you need it to do the work that you need. My way is possibly slower as well, just to be fair. And you can't, the easy way is allowing you to save as you go along, because as soon as you leave the layout, or you leave the record that you're modifying, that part will be saved. Whereas the transactional model means that you're on a layout that's kind of heavy and you're going to have to perform a find. The layout will perform the find for you that will possibly perform a dozen relational links. which may not be fast. Okay.
Yeah, I think
So-
Hansa did a bunch of tests with selector connector, anchor buoy, and some other things, and actually he did find for like ongoing performance that I think he found the anchor buoy being the fastest, but the selector connector was slow for a lot of things.
Let me jump in on Eric's thing, and it's very interesting because I've been a witness or a listener to the debate. I sat down next to Hansa for about half an hour at one of the DevCons, and he told a story, which I'm just the messenger relating. So it all may be situational. He had big system, I guess, running his operation for many years, and it was running slow. So he refactored it from unified graph to anchor buoy, and he said to me that he got a 2x performance improvement. And then he, as an experiment, connected selector connector, which connected all, by virtue of the nature of selector connector, every table occurrence is connected to every other table occurrence. And he reported to me that it was a 2x speed decrease. In other words, it took him back to where he was before. The thesis is that it has to do with pathways, which on a relational graph are the invisible elements. We see the boxes, table occurrences, we see the lines, relationships. There's these pathways. And like I said, it may be situational to his architectural design. So that's
what he was
that's
testing
what he
was
said.
spines, right? He was mostly
What was-
testing spines.
It was basically, I took it to be this, well, he told me it was the system that he was using to run, what's the name of his company? 24U? Two for
Yeah.
you? Okay. And essentially, I could only imagine that that system to run his business would contain, inventory, asset tracking, purchase orders, probably a full scope system. I didn't ask him whether it was single file, multi-file, or how many files exactly, but essentially just a big system built up over time to run FileMaker consultancy. So anyway, I think that this does come up in every conversation. The transactional stuff is interesting, and just to kind of pull it back, pull it back to what Keith was saying. One of the things that I find interesting about transactions, which I take to apply to things like invoicing, where you're potentially editing the summary, a bunch of line items and an associated subtotal, line items on the child table and subtotal on the parent table. Transactional, to keep those numbers in sync, makes perfect sense to me if you're flattening out your numbers for speed and whatnot. The architecture of that, I think, the decision is interesting, whether you would have separate layouts for discrete transactions, for instance, one for invoice transactions and one for purchase order transactions. That'd be the architecture I'd be inclined to think would be most performant, because you're minimizing the tables that are touched by a given layout. But Keith, I'm wondering if you have an opinion on that. Like, would you have separate layouts for different transaction types, as opposed to one monolithic layout that addresses all tables in the system? I go for the first.
Yeah, okay. I want to take a step back first and talk about Hans's information that you just relayed.
Just the messenger.
Yeah, understood. That's why I said relayed. So the doing performance stuff is pretty tricky, because if you set it up one way, you'll get one set of numbers, and setting it up another way is going to give you a totally different set of numbers. The order in which you do these operations, how many times you change relationships, because the selector connector thing is all about changing the current relationship so you can modify some chunk of data. All of that is really dependent on your script, the way you lay it out, the order in which you do things, and how many times you have to change the relationship. So it's kind of highly suspect, like what the script actually looks like and how organized it is. Because if you stay on the same relationship, you're just forcing the mods. If you have one layout that has 12 relationships and your selector connector method walks through 12 relationships, only changes the relationship once each and modifies what it needs to modify, the two methods should end up with roughly the same answer for modifications. I'm not sure about the anchor buoy thing. You can jump around so much in the chart, and the size of how many joins really affects the whole performance of everything. I don't know how much more. It was really slow when we moved to 7.0 and we went through some open file performance changes. It would used to take like 2 or 3 minutes to open. 15, 20 years ago, when 7.0 first came out on slower machines, and it would take 2 or 3 minutes to open up single files that had large join graphs in them. And that's not the case anymore. You can have a pretty large join graph and it still opens in a fraction of a second. But you're still slowing things down at the 2K, 4K sizes. It's taking longer than it should to get your solution open. There's too many variables for my brain to track on this stuff. And to say that Hansa did it right or wrong, I don't know. I'd have to like spend an hour or two on what he did and see his solution. Hansa's a pretty smart guy, though.
Yeah. One closing thought on the topic, and I sure don't know. I mean, I use anchor buoy for the readability and maybe the nature of the systems I'm building, some of which are pretty big, not the biggest, I'm sure, in the community, but pretty big, have been performant. So I'm coming from a happy place here. What's my closing thought? My closing thought is that having looked at it from a kind of a mathematical point of view, my thesis, and I'll just call it a guess, is that as systems get bigger and bigger, this invisible pathway construct where everything is connected to everything else, or many things are connected to many things in a unified or an anchor buoy structure, in a unified or a selector connector structure, the pathways do scale in a nonlinear fashion. Not factorial math, but certainly nonlinear. So I think small systems perhaps are performant in a unified graph methodology, and larger systems don't scale. But I'll just close it with I don't know, but it's an interesting topic.
Yeah, I wish there was one answer is for this relational graph thing, but
we'd miss out on all kinds of debate and excitement.
Yeah. But I don't think there really is one other than the startup. I know you lose significantly if you have a large graph when you open the database. But as far as runtime issues, I think that's an open question still about what's the best way to create your graph.
Yeah, Keith, good points, because it's like, the performance in this area is, X, and the performance over here is this. And then a multi-file architecture, like where we were talking about earlier, with like parts, there's a ton of variables that go into any situation.
Okay, so let's hit this page, and I think there's only one or two after this, and I think we're done. So we already did the built-in versus custom. Sort records, sort by field. what's the difference there? I wasn't part of this conversation.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say the conversation was more about preference and pros and cons. You know, it was not necessarily driven from the performance angle. So people were having this discussion and then voting on, okay, do I like this feature better than the other when they were opposed to one another on this head-to-head fashion.
What features or techniques is this talking about?
Oh, some of these were like just almost for fun, where they were just like throwing two things up against each other and then saying, well, which, you know, let people duke it out, merit, you know, merit item by merit item.
Yeah, but
so they would. So I mean, I think one of the things that came out was this: is like when you sort records by field, you could only sort by one field. You couldn't sort by multiple fields, and you know, there's other things like
got
that.
it.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the script step here.
Yeah, yeah.
Versus the other script step.
Yep.
These are two separate script steps.
Right.
This is new, but I thought this allowed you to pass in a JSON object or something that gave you the description of multiple fields. I haven't used this yet.
That would be very nice.
Okay, I don't know how that's implemented.
Hey, shameless plug, and I actually participated in this debate. I think I was sort records by field. Oh, actually, I was on both sides of this debate. They're both terrific. I was given a big shout out to sort records by field, which is going to be part of the demonstration that I do for an awesome user group, DIGFM, in the month of April. Sort records by field gives you some really nice features. It's in the recording, and it's coming up next month as well.
Okay.
Spoiler alert.
Okay, so we already discussed this, and we
Repeats there.
discussed that, and portals and list view. There's functionality things in here. I would say this is close to 50-50. List view, depending on usage, can be slower, and a single portal, it depends on how many records are in the portal. They can have just as many problems as list view if the record counts are the same. So yeah, I don't know about that. We already talked about this. I never use cascade deletes. And part of this is me being afraid of setting up my join graph wrong. Scripted deletes, I usually use truncate table, or I delete single records. So I never write scripts that says like, go to this set of records and loop over deletes. So I don't know what the preference is here. This is a lazy thing to do and potentially very dangerous. You can delete, if you set things up wrong, you can delete your entire set of records in all of your database.
Imagine Software Connector can help with that.
Make it worse or better?
Make it worse. Delete everything in every table.
Okay, we talked about this. We talked about that. So let's see what we got here. For some reason, there's only one slide that has this item in it, but it shows up twice. So we'll just go to the next one. Okay, in short, databases manage resources, and you need to manage those resources to, this is a new slide that I just added earlier, but databases, you need to manage those resources to make your solution fast and quick. This whole night is about performance, not convenience of how to do things, or it's about breaking things down and making them faster. So your scripts should be short, sweet, and return quickly. Anything use GUI based should be this stupid like one-liner, five-liner thing. It should be very simple and not perform wacky operations. I've seen some pretty bad things where someone goes off and tries to calculate the world before changing layouts. And UI scripts, if you're writing real C++ code, writing a real solution, writing UI code is all about getting the user from one point to the next point as fast as possible. You don't mess around with like doing inappropriate work when it's not needed, and try not to create inappropriate work that is needed for your solution to work. Okay, it just, if it's supposed to be a go to layout script, just do that. Okay, go to layout, bam, you're there. So do little work, minimal and only necessary. If you have to do large tests, see if it's possible to break your tests down and run those tasks as perform script on server. So say you need to send 50,000 emails. Well, don't do that on a client. Don't download more than 50,000 rows, you know, the company, the person, the email, the details for the task, the whole thing. Don't download 500,000 rows down to a client just to send the email. Break the task down in groups of, say, 100. Force the script to be run, 5 or 10 scripts, whatever your server can handle. If you have a low-end server, maybe only 2 or 3, but have multiple scripts running so that way you can thread. This is the question that I got earlier was, how do we do threading? Well, locally on a client, the client cannot do threading. Threading doesn't exist on the client other than a couple built-in things such as downloading rows and sorting portals. Those are multi-threaded on the client, but the scripting system on the client cannot be threaded. So how do you get a big task done, like emails? You have PSOS do it, but you have to really kind of balance out your server and not have your server do so much work that your clients can't use the system at the same time. Either do this when no one's connected late at night, but break it down, ask a few PSOS scripts, do the work. You can set that setting to have 500 PSOS scripts running at the same time, but I would suggest that that would be a bad thing to do, especially when something like emails are going to be very performant, and running 5 or 10 of these might kill your email server. Okay, so you kind of have to write the code in such a way that you can balance out the count of server-side scripts and how many is done at a time, and you can get some, you can mark the records as you go along that says I'm sent, I'm sent, I'm sent. So that way, if you have to stop in the middle, you can stop them. And you can write scripts that look at a table that says, if someone set this flag on the server on this table to say stop running the server-side script, I can stop on a dime and stop it. I do this all the time for my performance automation. So it can easily be done. You just have to kind of think and stay organized about how you do it. But you give things up in groups. You set off however many PSOS scripts. You get that chunk back, and then you give the next one, the next group, off to the next client. So, so going back to the rest of the night, be minimalistic, break down your tasks, simplify everything, tables, fields, calculations, scripts, make everything. Don't write 200-line scripts, right? Make a goal, like make it 10 or 20-line scripts. Break things down in little pods of works. Rewrite your calculations so there are less steps to do the work. Test out, get a feel for these calcs, run them, create a solution that has 1 million rows on it, and write the calculation in various ways, and use this database to calculate 1 million rows and how long it takes. And whoever is the fastest, best calculation, that's the one that wins. So less tables, less fields, better calculations, better scripts. You'll find things are going to be a lot more maintainable, a lot easier to write, etc. The whole deal. It's going to be, you'll end up with a more performant solution. And if we ever increase our client counts, you'll be ready. Improve your servers, etc. There's a whole list of things that you could do to make your solutions better. Not just from a GUI standpoint, but from a performance standpoint.
Could I drop a question on you related to your expertise in ESS and ODBC?
ODBC, it's been a while. I tested that about 20 years ago.
Well, let me just lay it out for you, and if you have anything, great. If you don't, that's fine too.
Yeah.
So we have a solution that's, there's a website backended by MySQL, FileMaker's connected to it using ESS. And up to a few weeks ago,
using shadow tables?
Yeah, we have them mounted in the graph. And so up to a few weeks ago, we had a thing on the website where it was actually, just calling a script in FileMaker to say, hey, I'm talking to, say, the contacts table, and here's its UID. And that was working fine. They'd make a change on the website, FileMaker would grab it, find the record, and then push it to the corresponding FileMaker table. So there'd be a contact table in FileMaker that it was syncing with. And
so wait, you're duplicating the backend table in FileMaker, the data from it?
Yeah, we're syncing them. So if a change is made in FileMaker, we push it to the website. And if a change is made on the website, we push it to FileMaker.
Okay.
So this was working well, but about 3 weeks ago, it stopped working so well. And so a change would be made on the website. It would pass it over to FileMaker and say, hey, go find this web record. And in FileMaker, it would look like the pre-edited version of the web record. It wasn't picking up the change. There's like a latency issue. It wasn't picking up the change. If I go into manage database and resync the table, then it'll have current information. But it seemed like it was sort of stuck in not refreshing itself. And I was wondering if you knew of any tricks to sort of give it a kick and say, hey, if you have anything cached, drop it and go refetch.
The script step to perform a refresh has an extra checkbox on it.
The refresh window?
Yeah, refresh window. That has an extra checkbox that's meant to be used mostly for ODBC. What is that called?
For the external sources or something like that?
Yeah, refresh external cache records or something like that.
There's a flush cache option, I think.
I think it's the second one, whatever it is. Yes, external data, flush cache external data.
So That's the only thing that I know of that will supposedly flush the current cache of data and pull in new data. And you can script that.
Yeah, I did try that. It didn't do the trick. So I was wondering if there was anything stronger, but it sounds like not.
No, I don't know of anything stronger that would do it.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't want to hold you up. This is
Well, you know, and some of ours, every once in a while, is it like doing that all the time now?
all the time now. Yeah,
hold
it
on.
was working great.
There's a new thing I forgot about, and it may or may not work, but you can give it a shot. On the server side, there's a not a new script step, but there's a new option that was added in 19, I believe, that allows you to flush the database cache. And that zeroes out the file that is currently open, so there's nothing cached. And it forces everything to be repulled, if you will. And that might work for ODBC stuff as well.
Okay, I will give that a look.
Does anyone remember the name of that thing?
I know what you're talking about, but yeah.
I think it's a script that you can schedule for, but my recollection was that it would close the file.
No, it doesn't close the file. That's the whole purpose of it, in fact.
I've got it up here.
I'm not connected to the corporate net, so I can't look at any servers.
Yeah, it's sysdefault purge temp DB. Is that the one you're thinking?
Yeah, it's more of a flag than a schedule. It is part of a schedule, but it's kind of hidden away in a weird location, if I remember correctly. It's not like a yeah. I think that's the one though.
Okay, so not something like the release debug.
No.
Release debug.
No, it's not.
File or something.
It's not a debugging thing. It's a real feature, but it's kind of hidden away in a weird location in the FAC UI. But it's something about database cache, and it's like flush the database cache or do something.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one then. Yeah, the sys_default_ purge temp DB.
And that's in the FAC UI?
Yeah, as a system script.
Got it. Yeah, okay. That must be it. It was in a weird location. I didn't agree with its placement. And because of that, my brain didn't remember where it was.
All right, thanks.
But yeah, that might clear it. I would worry about how often you do that.
I think somebody else said that the best time to do it was was just before you do the backup.
I would do it like once a week before a backup. I wouldn't do it daily. I wouldn't do it because the problem that you're having shouldn't be a daily problem. If it is, there's a bug that's heavy-handed. And the other thing is that it may not work because that cache data might be in the ODBC driver, not in FileMaker, in other words. So I don't know if it will have any effect or not.
All right, well, I'll give it a whirl. Thanks.
Hey, can I ask, Chris, did you Was there, did you try a server restart at the risk of sounding?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The server's been rebooted a bunch of times.
Okay, the temp files are not kept on server. They're temp files, not cache files. Cache files are temp files that are kept on Pro, but they're kept between sessions. If you understand what I'm talking about.
Yep, I do.
So temp files are never kept. So if you restarted the server and it still happens, then it's not FileMaker because the temp files should have gone away. You can write a server-side script, a perform script that says, get me the temp file directory. I think it's called get open paren temporary path. And if you do that, it will tell you where all the temporary files are stored. When you bring down the server and it goes down cleanly, then all the files called fm temp and some garbage name after that should be deleted from the path that you got from the function. If those went away, then it's not FileMaker. That caching is somewhere else.
Yeah, we used to have a frequent problem where we would lose, like we were doing this from the client, and we would lose connection to our external source, and wouldn't really tell us. And so I had to end up having to create a button so that they could reopen the connection. And the only step I had in there, I think, was what was it? Open file, and it would just tell us to open that file. Because you can actually open a SQL source as a step, and then it would reconnect.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't think that's a solution for his problem because
it's something else to try.
Yeah,
but
yeah, we would. I imagine if a client can lose its connection to the, so can a server. It could just be like some network thing or a timeout or who knows what's going on. But yeah, the situation would come and go.
So I'm writing this test file. I would have presented numbers for you today. This has a bunch of tests in it, and each layout is set up in a certain way. So ND stands for no data, and this stands for data. 10 fields versus 100 fields. And then this is the test I'm doing. So this is totally empty fields, related fields. The ones with the check marks are completed tests, and I haven't finished these relational ones yet. So there's tab controls. So a lot of the things that we talked about tonight, visibility, and this group is the same as this other group. So if I run this, it doesn't take that long. And as you can see, oh, interesting. It's walking over the rows, and you can see that it's refreshing the data visually. There's no data in these tables except for that ID number. But you can see that it's actually refreshing, and you can see how long it takes to get that data. This may look, the ones called merge fields may look like a field, but I've done the formatting for the merge field the same way that I did the fields. So that way that's not an issue. It's not a drawing of, no borders, nothing. And then these are tabs with just calculations in them.
And it's a test of the refreshing of the layout then?
It's a testing of how long it takes to scan over 50 records out of 10,000 on a table. And with that feature being used. And the calculations that are involved are using the fields that exist on that table. So this is something that's not done. There's nothing on the layout. That's supposed to be empty because that's a kind of a baseline. And then this has data, and you can see all the numbers flash. So I'm getting the data to refresh correctly with the scripting that I've done. So it's getting the data, drawing the data, and doing whatever the layout is supposed to do. So I'm doing this test. This is running locally on my box. This is an M1 box. It's an M1 Max. So it's kind of unfair as far as the test goes. When I run this test, this is a visibility test. There's this is the large calculation. So what that's doing is validating that each record has half a dozen fields validated in it. Now, as you can see, most of these tests are 3.5 seconds. And this is what I say is not fair about it. When I get this test to run on remotely from a LAN and then run it remotely from a WAN, these numbers should drastically change. And we'll see how much slower visibility calcs are with related data versus local data versus whatever, right? So I'm going to just show you one of them so you get an idea. So data, tabs, large. Oh, I don't have that. Is this relational? This layout? Tabs, local, large. Thought this one was done. Oh.
Oh, that down at the bottom, it looked like it had related ones.
No, sorry. It's just the tabs. So see, these are all calcs. And if you look at the calc, they're kind of nasty calcs. This is the type of the calc that the person was writing. Not as empty for 10 fields. And they were setting the label to tab 1, and then they were bolding it if they're not all empty. Okay, so this has to pull the relational record for this record, evaluate whether or not it's should have data or not. Sorry, should be bolded or not, and then displays the result. So as you can see, everything's bold because all those fields are filled in. Even if they're not on the layout, they're being evaluated, right? So I'm trying to understand why this guy's WAN performance was 3 to 6 seconds. And these tests should tell me exactly what's slow. It's just, I worked last week on this and I hardly worked on it this week because I was prepping for tonight. And we'll find out exactly what's slow once we can run these series of tests in different environments. And I have to delete the cached file in between each of these. That's another thing that's unfair about the test right now, is that I'm not deleting the cached file between the tests. So once I get the rows downloaded, I'm getting the same result every time. So once I can delete the cached file, I'll have to create another file, like a controller file, that closes this file, deletes the temp file or the cached file, and then
There's not a script step for that, huh?
Well, there's a delete file script step. Okay. I just have to know where the file is located.
Oh.
So once I figure out how to do that, I'll be able to delete the file and I can run it all automated. Right now, I could only hand do this because I know the location where the file is going, and I could look for FileMaker cached files in that location. So I could do one test at a time and delete the file, close the file, run the next test.
Hey, Keith.
I just can't run it automated like I just did for you guys. So I got more work on this file. It would take me another week to complete it. But all I have to do, I don't have to do any more scripting work. All I have to do is layout work, because the way that I created this test is to get the list of layouts, and for every layout that has the ND space or D space at the front of it, I consider that a layout of interest, and I call the perform script, which just goes off and yeah, what's the runner? The actual test that I do. Oh, test, yeah. And then I go through and I loop over I go to the first row and I loop over every record, and I say go to next. Go to record next, exit after last, and then all I do is pause for a second to get for a 0 seconds, which allows the redraw to occur. And then I've got a couple of, start test and end test functions that I call, so I can actually do that work. And then before the test is run, I find the 50 records that I'm on. So that's a script step. So this is what I'm talking about, breaking down your tasks. This is a super lazy way of doing this. I just do a find across 4 tables. And because this doesn't take any time really, I put no logic around it. I just perform 4 finds on 4 different tables. And if I'm on the correct table, it will perform find on the correct table. I'm like super lazy at stuff that I don't need to create performance. And as you can see, this runs very quickly. There's no time between each of the tests and everything's fine. But if I have to add performance, to the find feature, I'll do that. And then I've got this open thing to open these files. If I hold down the E, so it closes them, otherwise it opens them. It's kind of dumb functionality, but it's something I did really quick. And then I can clear the results. I truncate the tables that contain my results or errors. So,
hey, Keith,
yep.
Like in the last slide, I had a question.
Oh,
the one just before
about the
this.
thank you?
No, the one just before this.
Yeah.
So, like in the point that you make about divide the tasks and do this, I mean, for emails, this kind of makes sense because
you
scripting,
can't always do this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just wondering because in this case you can do it, but in other cases where you're writing back to the database, I guess it's single threaded, right?
Yeah, unless you can figure out a way to get FileMaker Pro to be threaded, which you can't. It has no threading architecture for scripting.
Do you think it will ever?
Doing that would actually be very difficult because you have to there's going to be merge conflicts, like action conflicts. So how do you guarantee that you already know about having multiple windows to the same table, what happens? Okay.
Did they say that those timer scripts were threaded in a sense?
No, they're not.
No. Oh, okay.
They run on idle. So
okay.
yeah, they get run, and those things are supposed to be these short little scripts that decide to do something or not. So they're not supposed to be big scripts. Something that does a cleanup work or whatever. I guess that's one way of doing it, Eric. I mean, you could write an on idle script that goes off and does the work and allows the user to do other things. But the on idle script, when it gets paused every time you start a new script. So it's going to be locked away and not capable of doing anything until released by the current script.
Wait, there's an on idle script? I never heard of that.
Script trigger.
Oh
no, it's not. It's not a script trigger. So
insert.
See this script step, install on idle script, and you can just.
You mean timer?
Your startup script can say what other script you want it to run.
Right. Okay.
Okay. And that script is sitting there ready to run. And I think I should have kept it around. On timer. So this thing runs every whatever seconds, whatever you set it up as. So some people do that. I don't think it's really worthy of. I do it for things like, let's say I have a cash register. If the person walks away from their cash register, you want the solution to like protect itself. So it would come through, see that the user's been idle for more than a period of time, because you would set a variable or something. It's like, when was the last time a user action took? And you would minimize the window to a little icon, so when they come back, they can click it and bring up the cash register again. And it would, every time you protect it, you would log out. And when they click it, they'd have to log back in. But technically, they're in the file. It's just at a lower user level. You drop it down to guest access and then bring it back up to the major access. So I do it for things like that. I don't know. There are other people that use it for, layout wizards and things like that go from layout to layout, answer questions.
We use it for a robot. This ties into something. So in one of the systems we're building, we're going to set up a queue table for inventory, to post inventory deltas. And in case there's a record lock, we want the queue. We want people to do what they do, which is going to affect inventory, push it into a queue that's processed. In this case, we're going to use a robot machine. And if the item table to which we're posting inventory is locked, it'll just try again. So that's going to run, I reckon, on timer. And the other thing that I think is interesting is
you don't need an on timer for that. You can have an always running script that pauses every so often, checks for an activity to do, and then pauses again.
Well, we might do that. We've got a little bit of an infrastructure for doing these robot machines where we have a tiny little bit of interface where we turn the triggers on and off, turn the timer on and off. with a little, global field that says it's running, it's not running. I mean, but I'll take, I'll take a look at what method, Keith, that you just described. The other thing that I was attending the FileMaker User Group Washington. John Howell had an interesting thought that he shared in terms of PSOS versus the other kind of scheduled scripts. He's working on a big system, 6 servers, some gigantic system with a whole team of FileMaker developers. And he said that he had migrated some of his code from PSOS to scheduled scripts that were running on a tight time frame with 2 of them, I think was his use case. So he was getting a little bit of 2 worker threads or whatever on the server. I'm not doing it, so I can't say too much about it other than that he was telling a tale about how he moved some stuff from PSOS to scheduled scripts. So, and I like robots myself, so at least 3 different ways to process secure records.
Yeah, you can't process remote data on another server using PSOS because it won't open files from another server.
Yeah, I mean, that may have been, I don't know if we're being recorded, so he was saying he was having some issues. The load of PSOS that he was throwing at the server was causing some issues that resolved themselves when he went to a scheduled script processing a queue. He didn't mention multiple servers, but that is also a good point in terms of what works and what doesn't work.
Well,
I like robots.
Yeah, with the scheduled script, you're only running one at a time. With PSOS, you can say spawn off 3, 5 server threads to go off and do what you want.
Well, if you're processing a queue, like in other words, if you're like email, many years ago, I was working pretty big FileMaker setup, 130 people, and they were doing email, and they were selling computers and stuff. And what they would do is the salespeople would say, "All right, great, I'll send you this quote," and they would just click a button that would do very, very little. It would just essentially set up a record saying, "Send an email with this attached PDF," and they would, get back to what they were doing. And there'd be a little portal that was displaying it. Meanwhile, in the basement, there was a old Mac, didn't have to be fast, that was just chug, 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 looping through the queue. And it would go to the first, do a found set, what has not been sent. It would send the first, it would say, "Did I succeed?" And then would say, "Yeah, you did." So it would flag it as done. And then it would show up upstairs on the guy's machine as like, "This has been sent." So, sending email and posting an inventory seem to be 2 good use cases for a record queue.
A lot. And
what's that? Yeah.
Yeah, I know the FileMaker store. If you know Jeff and Jimmy Jones.
Yeah. At least one of them, Jeff.
Yeah, they run the
Jimmy Jones.
They run the FileMaker store.
Oh, okay.
Log in to purchase FileMaker product.
Is that Jimmy Jones and Jeff? Is it Jeff Jones or Jeff Benjamin?
No, Jeff Benjamin. Yeah. Yeah, those 2 guys run that store, and they have the same similar thing that I helped them set it up like 20 years ago, where they now have like 5 robots being assigned out tasks.
Yep.
So they have one server going through and looking for different task types that handle tasks for the store. So I don't know exactly all the ones that they have, but maybe possibly like check if this guy's credit card passes. That way the plugin used for processing credit cards is installed on the server and not anywhere else.
Yep.
So they have stuff like that going off. And it pushes the order from one step to the next step as it is being processed
Yeah.
And they've got tons of stuff like that. They do mailers, they do I don't know all the things they do.
Yeah, and you get, if
Less-
you're running it off a robot, you get more of the script steps, you know, the compatibility goes up, and you can have like a, you know, a dedicated installation where if you're using some fancy plugin back in the day when you had to use a fancy plugin to send fancy email.
Yeah, I think they have a plugin to do that. To do CSS emails.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's back in the day, that's what so yeah, robots are cool. I like them. And then plus there is, you can see what's going on, and it's usually not that hard to come up with a relatively slow Mac. Robot doesn't mind if it's running on a slow Mac. It
Yeah.
doesn't care if it's an M1 chip or an Intel chip.
Yeah, and if you do tasks as they come in, and the tasks are just, you know, 1 record, 50 records, 100 records, something.
Yeah, the robot keeps up usually.
The robot keeps up without problems. So yeah, it's a good thing.
Well, at this point, I need to point out that if I play this YouTube recording at double speed, it'll be over 2 hours.
You might have to do part 1, part 2. Keith, thank you very much. I'll go first and say that was a terrific presentation. I took lots of notes.
Yeah, I'm sorry it was so long. I just kept on adding to it. Didn't really realize how long it would be.
Well, we asked a lot of questions too, so.
Yeah, that was probably 25% of it or whatever.
Oh, maybe half.
Yeah, I'm being nice. So,
but no, it's all good. I appreciate the questions, and I appreciate the presentation. So.
Yep. Thanks, Keith.
Oh yeah.
So I'm trying to walk the talk, and a lot of my scripts are teeny tiny, right? So I'm not going overboard. I would be a little cleaner if I was developing a real solution. But this might not even be 8 lines of code.
So is the purpose of this code that you're doing, is this just to help solve this one person's problem, or are you going to save this for something else?
To see if this person has a real issue, or is it something else that he's doing?
Huh.
You know, so I'm going through all the objects that I found on his layouts and trying to see if they're a real problem. Locally, I mean, navigating 50 records in 3 seconds seems to be just fine for everything that I see here so far. My next step is to add the relational part to it. And on Tuesday, I think it was, I added this because this is the type of thing he's doing.
Should be a way to automatically generate these too.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. It took me a half hour, and there's about 100 of them. 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 25 each. It took me about a half hour to do this, and most of the problem was coming up with a naming scheme that would not conflict with the next set of users. Otherwise, it's like, what am I connecting to in the join graph? So he has 5 files with 5 tables in them each. And so I'm messing around with that. But his files, his join graph is, it's pretty big. It's his main join graph is about 4,000 togs, and his data files join graph is about 200 items. And I'm like looking, I didn't spend enough time on it, but my first thought was, oh my God, why does your data files have 200 togs in it? I mean, all of your UI should be in the main file. And I don't know. I to analyze this, I have to figure it out, you know. And the only way to figure it out is to, all I know is for sure he's asking FileMaker to do way too much work. You know, it's like when you have 40 joins on a layout and 100 invisibility rules and 30 to 40, I can't remember all the numbers right now, conditional formatting, you know, it's like the solution looks a little aged, but it looks professional. The end result is nice. But the amount of work that I think could only work if that solution was running on a LAN. Running it anywhere else, it's like, you know, this is, if I go to this empty thing, this is his file, this 3.5 seconds for these two empty things is the same as almost everything else. Okay. I have to figure out why this is different. But these are different. These two, this result and that result is unexpected and not inconsistent with these. So I got to figure that out. But from a, like if you're clicking on go to next record, that means what's 3.5 seconds divided by 50? It's a fraction of a second to go. It's something like 0.02 seconds, 0.03, whatever that math is. So 359, you might as well say 4. So 4 times 60 is 250, 250 divided by 50, right? So it's 0.04 seconds.
We divide by 100 and multiply by 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's nothing, is what I'm saying. It's if it was a second to go from each record, I would start complaining. But fractions of seconds to go from one record to another with this many calculations, okay? I mean, this layout, let's look at some of these. Some of these layouts have hundreds of objects on them. You know, this has 100 fields on it, okay? And unless that really slows down when going on a network, because I mean we are saying download a lot of records, right? So unless those dramatically go higher, then I can't really see a problem. I mean, it would have to go, I'm doing, on his solution, I'm only navigating from record 1 to record 2 type of thing, and it's taking 3 to 6 seconds. On this, I'm navigating 50 rows at a time. So it would have to go from 3 seconds to like 60 or 90 seconds for there to be a real problem. If it goes from 3 to 5 seconds, I'm like, hey, there's no real issue here. And the data has, you know, pretty realistic data in it. And it's all, those 100 fields are unique fields with unique data in them for the ones that have data in them. So, oh, that's related. I don't have the related ones yet. fields, 100, right? All of these are unique fields. They're not duplicates of fields. They're unique fields. And they've got an average of, I don't know, 10 characters in them each. So yeah, it's just, yeah, we'll see. I got a lot of work to do.
All right.
Another week before I can say what's exactly wrong.
Well, let us know. Thanks.
Yeah. No problem locally though. Locally is like, woohoo.
Well, yeah, I know. I dread if I ever have to move our solutions over to, I don't know, like cloud or something like that, because our stuff's all really close on a fast network. So,
are you on what, gigabit Ethernet or 10 gigabit?
yeah, that's probably 10. It's on, in-house.
Yeah, I know. So
it's all everything's on premise. So,
the guys in New Zealand are at home sitting on fiber, 1 gigabit symmetric fiber. So 1 gigabit in and out.
Wow.
Yeah, I wish we were like that in the US. I mean, the US would have a totally different feel and vibe for the internet if things worked well.
Well, totally different population too.
If it's any consolation, I think there's someone on the call who said perhaps it was spec like this, but what we get from ISPs are really not matching that description. So it sounds like
they're built for the future, but it's not really getting delivered that way.
So the US government is paying a company to to add internet where internet does not exist. And they started with Utah, and there's a bunch of places that are poor that can now get symmetric gigabit at home for like $30 a month. So they just decided to start there. So if this is like a 5-year project or a 10-year project, the rest of the country will eventually be taken care of. But California is probably the last place because we have quote unquote decent internet compared to most of the country.
Yeah, I gotta go. I gotta go take care of some stuff now. Good night.
Yeah, we're done, I think.
Night, everybody. Thank you, Keith. Thanks again. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I hope that was worth it. It was
yeah.
long.